guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Caroline Malone. Police have released new photos of the suspected killer of a CEO of a US health insurance company in New York, and they've searched a hostel where they believe the gunman may have been staying. United Healthcare boss Brian Thompson was shot in a targeted attack. US correspondent Kate Fisher reports.
Police are also using facial recognition technology to track down the suspect, focusing on a surveillance image taken in a Starbucks just before the shooting. They've also found a phone and a bottle of water that may have been dropped by the gunman. There's still no clear motive for the killing, but US media is reporting that the words delay and depose were found on a live round and shell casing tied to the shooter. Police are exploring whether they could be a reference to a popular phrase in the insurance industry: delay, deny, defend. Major healthcare providers have increased protection for executives following the shooting. Kate Fisher, Washington.
Members of President-elect Donald Trump's incoming team have held high-level talks with Ukrainian officials to try to end the war with Russia. Trump has promised to end the conflict quickly. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
The Trump team's engagement on ending the war in Ukraine is very much underway. Incoming Russia-Ukraine envoy Keith Kellogg and Vice President-elect J.D. Vance met Ukrainian officials in Washington on Wednesday. They're trying to find common ground for a peace deal. That could include Kiev ceding territory to Russia and likely taking NATO membership for Ukraine off the table. But as that's been Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's main request, Trump's terms may not prove palatable as a way to bring an end to the fighting. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
3 US soldiers stationed at Fort Cavazos have been charged for allegedly smuggling undocumented migrants into Texas. The group were arrested after a high-speed car chase with border agents. Tony Waterman has more.
According to court documents, Border Patrol agents had pulled the car over, but as they approached, it sped off, leading to a chase that eventually resulted in a crash. Inside the car, agents found 3 undocumented migrants and 1 soldier. A second soldier took off on foot but was later apprehended. Federal prosecutors say the third soldier arrested was the ringleader. Officials say messages on their phones indicate collaboration to smuggle non-citizens into the country. Tony Waterman, Texas.
And news just in, the United Nations Secretary General has called for the bloodshed in Syria to end. Renewed fighting escalated last week when rebel forces seized the country's most populous city of Aleppo in a surprise offensive. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, South Korea, where calls for the impeachment of President Yoon Suk-yeol are growing after his extraordinary decision on Tuesday to declare martial law, an order he rescinded hours later in the face of furious public protests. Now, his own political future is hanging in the balance. Rafael Rashid is in Seoul reporting for The Guardian.
Not many people understand exactly why he did it. He claims it's in order to stop so-called pro-North Korean sympathies and anti-state activities. What he's actually referring to is not North Korea. He's referring to the opposition parties who he believes are blocking all sorts of laws and decreases in budgets and all sorts of things. Others believe that he is in fact trying to deflect from his own crises that he is facing, including approval ratings of about 17 to 19%. And multiple allegations surrounding his wife and many other irregularities in this government.
South Korea's First Lady faces allegations of engaging in stock market manipulation and accepting gifts. Tuesday's events came as a total surprise in Washington, where the Biden administration has toiled over the last 2 years to forge a trilateral partnership with South Korea and Japan in a bid to counter Chinese expansionism in the Asia-Pacific region. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again. New photos have been released of the suspected killer of a healthcare insurance CEO in New York. Police are searching a hostel where he's thought to have stayed. Donald Trump's incoming team held talks with Ukrainian officials to try and quickly end the war with Russia, a campaign pledge made by the president-elect. And 3 US soldiers have been charged with smuggling undocumented migrants into Texas. They were arrested after a high-speed chase with border agents. And that is the latest from Feature Story News. Caroline Malone reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to
go. Yes, all is well. Thank you, Josh Malloy. 1,000 miles as we roll into Friday. So based on the calendar here, it looks like we've got, 2 weekends to go. And Christmas is upon us. Yes, indeed. All right, so hi there. Hope you've had a good week. Looking forward to the weekend. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Yes, another cold night outside the secret bunker. Man, oh man. At the time of year, this is more like January kind of weather. I'm not looking forward to the early start to the really cold stuff because I'm going to get a very unpleasant surprise right after Christmas, and that's going to be the utility bill. Folks like myself living in neighborhoods where we do not have natural gas or propane, it's all electric, so the heat pump just running nonstop, 24/7, trying to keep things warm. Yeah, not looking forward to that. Hey, we are looking ahead where maybe we'll begin to see a little bit of a warm-up, at least back to where we should be this time of year. Coming up later in the weekend and into early next week, that will come with the trade-off of some thunderstorm activity for some and additional snow for others. We're beginning to wind down what has been a very active pattern in the eastern USA. The map is much quieter tonight, though, still contending with some lake effect snows on the western coast, western side of lower Michigan. You still have winter weather advisories and winter storm watches for parts of northeast Ohio, northwest Pennsylvania, and obviously western New York, where some of those lake effect snow bands continue to cross. It's not nearly as heavy as we were looking at 24 hours ago. That is the system that indeed did trigger some heavy snow squalls from the upper Midwest to the central Appalachians and even into parts of mid-Atlantic and New England this past morning. Though some of those squalls quickly covered roads, we had scores of accidents and road closures associated with that there in the Northeast. Well, here we are, Friday. There's another heavy travel snarling potential lake effect event coming in. From Friday to Saturday. Now to Saturday, the wind direction's kind of shifting to more of a westerly direction. And that's going to cause some of those bands of snow to occur in western and northern New York once again. Some of those powerful wind gusts will be associated. Tricky handling for trucks and trailers in the crosswinds there. All right, as we look ahead overnight tonight, we've been advising, get ready for some really chilly temperatures deep into the southern, southeastern USA. As we roll through the overnight hours, you're going to wake up on a Friday morning. Temperatures dipping into the 20s as far south as Atlanta, Georgia, Charlotte, North Carolina, Birmingham, Alabama, Columbia, South Carolina. Yes, well below norm. It's more like mid-January temperatures. They had been advising for several days, if you have not finished preparations, insulating your outdoor garden operations or getting those outdoor spigots turned off and covered. It's going to add to some of the hardships, although it's going to be a rather short-lived blast. But there are still folks that were impacted by Hurricane Helene who are still living without proper shelter. So difficult conditions for some in that region. So we're going to be looking ahead, second half of the weekend into early next week. We start with what AccuWeather forecasters tell us will be a short series of storms from Sunday to Thursday that's going to bring drenching rain to many areas in the southern and eastern U.S., and just enough cold air may sneak in to bring some snow to parts of the Midwest and the Appalachians. At the very least, there will be episodes of rain, drizzle, and fog. Now, the first storm in what will be a trio of storms may bring a bit of ice or a wintry mix on the front end to northern New England Sunday into Monday. Rain for most other areas in the east. There will be a trailing storm, second in the trio, that remains relatively weak. It's going to travel from north to northeast along the Appalachians from Monday night into Tuesday night. Due to the fact that that's going to remain weak, it's going to bring rain to most areas once again from the central Gulf Coast to parts of the Tennessee and Ohio valleys as well as the Appalachians. Now, if that middle storm were to be a bit stronger, it'd probably be able to pull in some of that cold air to the Atlantic coast, in which case the third storm that follows in the trio could bring snow all the way to near the I-95 corridor. Now, they say at this point that's not likely to happen that far to the east. But the beginnings of that third storm take shape in the northwest late this week. Now, this is going to be a Pacific storm, then sliding southeast across the interior west over the weekend into early next week. As it does, it will produce snow over some of the mountain ranges, including the Rockies and the Wasatch Range. Could bring a bit of snow to Denver Sunday night to Monday. Maybe the morning rush Monday could be riddled with delays there in the Denver metro area. Energy from that storm out west is going to trigger ultimately this third storm for the eastern U.S., looking ahead toward Wednesday and Thursday. Now, because this is the caboose of the series of storms, it's going to swing up from the south central states. It could be the strongest of the three. It's going to be too warm for snow along the Atlantic seaboard. Conditions may get a little more tricky from the Appalachians to parts of the Tennessee Valley, the Ohio Valley, and the eastern Great Lakes. Just enough cold air could sweep into the Appalachians to areas a bit further west over the Midwest to bring some snow, depending on the track of the storm. Yeah, a weaker storm may fail to throw much precip into the cold air, in which case mostly rain would fall. Should the storm get fairly strong, it could force an accumulating band of snow, mainly over portions of the Tennessee and Ohio valleys, on up into the central Great Lakes. Regardless of the possibility of snow from the Appalachians and further west with that third storm system, rounds of soaking rain are in store for many. South central USA, much of the Atlantic seaboard, and the Appalachians. We're talking a general 2 to 4 inches of rain falling along the central Gulf Coast, 1 or 2 inches of rain from the southeast. Yeah, parts of the mid-Atlantic and New England may pick up an inch of rain as well. That will help ease what are still some areas in drought conditions that actually reached its pinnacle back in late November. Those drought conditions since then have been gradually easing. All right, Mary Ann was on board out of the box as we close out a Thursday. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Everybody have a great weekend. Hello to Josh. Good morning. Good morning from Cripshot. Checking into the bunker. Howdy, Steve, from Newport, Kentucky. There's Pappy's Saddle Luck Nocturnal listeners. It's TGIF. What? Already? Yeah, time flies when you're having fun. Overnight drive is hammered down. I've got 17 degrees on the Cruiser Dash in the far side of southwest Hamilton County, Ohio. 45 days till Inauguration Day. Are we going to make it until then? Or is all hell going to break loose? Tell us what you think. It's 844-844-3388. Don't be a scarecrow. Hit those digits. Until then, snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Definitely throw another log on the fire. Or you can be like Big Ed. You can't find 'em, grind 'em. Are you with me? Yes, we are, as we await the prognosticator of prognosticators' picks for college football championship weekend. Here we go. Good afternoon. Hello, Larry. Hammer down. Be safe. 35. Still windy in Secretize, New York. It is round number 4 to Schenectady, then back to Wilmington, Delaware. We will reload from Monday. Hello to Gilligan. Hello, fellow listeners. Partly cloudy. It is a cold one at the airport, Roanoke, Virginia. 26 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. All right, good advice. Hello to Jacob. Good morning to the overnight drive crew. 21 degrees tonight in Kingsport, Tennessee. Some of that cold air sweeping, like we said, 20s dropping all the way down into the Atlanta, the Birmingham areas overnight tonight. Home sweet home. There's Rubber Duck. Ending a wonderful week. Blown steer tire at speed to the blown turbo. Got the truck back. Still no heat, so it's back to the shop tomorrow and back in the little truck. It's an anniversary, 2 years since I lost my dad this morning. Things you don't forget, huh? All right. Be safe, gang. Merry Christmas to all. There you go. Good to have you with us, Rubber Duck. 30 degrees and temperatures falling here in northeast Georgia at this hour. Hello to David. There's Michael. Hello, Steve. Praying for some global warming right about now. Burr. Hello to Jeffrey. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. We're excited for another great show there from the Sunshine State. There he is. I'm with you. There's Big Ed. It's 18 past the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Now, hard to believe we're already closing out the work week. As we turn the page on the calendar, we'll be rolling into the 6th day of December for 2024, which means
happy Casual Friday.
There you go.
One day closer to the greatest week, greatest day of the week. But
yes, indeed.
man, it took a long time to get to this day this week.
It took we had
I
to
could
work.
get used to those 4-day work weeks.
I'm with you.
Yeah, all those 3 and 4 day work weeks for hurricanes, and then this one for Thanksgiving. I tried to get them to make me have my birthday off. That was back Tuesday night, and I got shot down, of course.
Uh-oh.
So, yeah, no luck there. So, my wife is going to Chicago. My oldest daughter moved up there about a month ago. I think she's going to freeze when she gets there. I think it's supposed to be down in the teens in Chicago. But I might be pretty casual this weekend. I might just run around the house in my underwear and my Crocs.
Oh, ain't that sweet?
That's pretty casual, ain't it?
Yes, indeed.
That might not be too good of a picture for some people. I got 62 degrees. That's just opposite of what Gilligan said. His was 26.
Yeah, I've got 16.
I'm showing 62.
1-6.
Now you can have it.
I don't want it.
Yeah. Well, I don't have a whole lot. I was just letting you know how casual my weekend might be. I don't know if I'm going to actually do something or sit around and watch football.
Well, did you do anything?
I have to do a little bit of both.
Did you do anything for your birthday? I mean, just had to work, so.
No, I had to work. It's just another day. I sent out. You know, the Beatles had that song, When I'm 64.
Yeah,
I turned 64. So I sent that to a few people. I had that song stuck in my head all day. But that was my favorite album of the Beatles.
Sgt. Pepper's.
That's Sgt. Pepper's. Yep. That was my favorite album of theirs. I wasn't a huge Beatles fan, but I liked that album.
Right.
But other than that, I guess that's all I've got for right now. Let you get to the procrastinator, and maybe we can make some bets. He's getting pretty good. We can make some bets off of his predictions, can't we?
Hey, he's closing out a hell of a good season here. I mean, yeah, you can't win them all. But he was at 50 wins, and I think it was about 20 losses. He'll give me the full update coming up here in a few. I don't know. I'm looking at, I guess, the games that we're going to be looking at. Obviously, the championship games. First one would be coming up like 8 o'clock tonight. You got Tulane versus Army. Let's see. Also, tonight, I guess they got 2 of them tonight, 8 p.m. UNLV versus Boise State. That's number 20 versus number 10. Saturday, what do we see? We'll kick it off at high noon. Iowa State versus Arizona State. That's number 15 versus number 16. Arizona number 15. Georgia versus Texas. Big game there. Saturday, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Number 1, Oregon versus number 3, Penn State. Saturday, 8 p.m. That will be competing for viewership with number 8, SMU versus number 17, Clemson. They're 8 o'clock Saturday evening. You see what Ed's got on his plate coming up here in just a few. See what's going on with the Anonymous Hippopotamus. It's a casual Friday. Good morning.
Yeah, you're on. Well, we made it through all the major wind and everything, and had a little bit of squall and snow flurries and stuff, and just enough to, in the northern, central, and western counties there, they had decided to put some salt down more to the far west, I guess, way out there in Garrett County, out there in the Alleghenies. They got a decent shot of snow out there, and 9 o'clock in the morning they were still 18 degrees yesterday, so it was a bit on the nippy side out there. But our winds seem to have calmed down a little bit because they've lifted the wind restrictions on the Bay Bridge. It's down to a wind warning So they just say use caution now. If you're driving a house trailer or a box trailer, just to proceed and use extreme caution and be careful. So if you think you have any problems with it or afraid you might get caught with a gust and not make out so well, then maybe you don't want to go across there, because the winds are anywhere up to the high 30s yet. So you get caught in a little bit of a crosswind on a corner, because that bridge turns when you're up on it, so you can change your angle up. The wind's catching you at, so they say to use that. But there's 3 levels there. They have the first stage level is an advisory, which just means it's kind of windy, and maybe keep both hands on the wheel and don't drop your cigarette. And then they have the wind warnings there, which they say to use good and extreme caution. And then they have the restriction level, and that's usually when they not allow the empty trailers and that. So as I say, tonight we're just on the warning so everybody's allowed to cross there. So
okay.
Anyway, but other than that, it was good to hear Josh Malloy there this morning. So I guess everything's working out good in the bunker there for you.
Correct. Everything's back in place, back on par. Yep.
There you go. So yeah, you get a little jittery having all them high up muckety mucks in the studio with you there, huh? Anyways. But, nope, other than that, things are rolling along pretty good. Got 30 degrees here this morning outside the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., and it must be they're not working too hard there.
It's casual Friday. All right, we get our news break. We'll chat.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ishan Karg. South Korea's ruling party chief demanded Friday that President Yoon Suk-yeol be removed from office, warning that there was a significant risk he could try to subvert civilian rule again. Yoon imposed martial law on Tuesday, citing threats from anti-state forces in North Korea, before reversing it 6 hours later after Parliament, including some members of his own party, voted to oppose the decree. Laura Westbrook has more.
Speaking after an emergency party meeting, leader of the People Power Party, Han Dong-hoon, said his party had received credible evidence that Yoon Suk-yeol had ordered the arrest of key politicians on the grounds they were among those anti-state forces during the martial law. He warned that Yoon posed a great danger to the country. His comments are a departure from his earlier stand that his party would block the opposition's impeachment motion, which is set to be voted on Saturday.
President Emmanuel Macron has called for a spirit of hope in France as the nation wrestles with a constitutional crisis after its prime minister was kicked out of office. Monsieur Macron, in a televised address on Thursday night, vowed to appoint a new premier in the coming days. From Paris, Ross Cullen reports.
Well, after days of drama here in France, another dramatic moment, the French president making a prime-time address to the nation. He began by thanking the outgoing Prime Minister Michel Barnier for his work, saying that he was ousted in a no-confidence vote that was driven by the extreme left and the extreme right, who, he said, was seeking to create disorder, not order. Emmanuel Macron called for a new form of political compromise and did say that he would be naming a new prime minister in the coming days. Now, there have been some opposition lawmakers who have been calling for the president to resign, saying that would be the only way to unblock the political chaos in the country. France has been left with a bitterly divided parliament.
U.S. officials have called off a tsunami warning that was issued in the wake of a strong earthquake off the coast of Northern California. Millions of people had been instructed to evacuate coastal areas and head to higher ground. Ira Spitzer reports from San Francisco.
The epicenter of the 7.0 magnitude earthquake occurred in the Pacific Ocean about 70 kilometers west of a sparsely populated area of Humboldt County in Northern California, causing strong tremors but minimal damage. Shortly afterward, the National Tsunami Warning Center issued a rare tsunami warning for the northern part of the state, as well as neighboring Oregon to the north, an area home to millions of people. The warning was canceled less than an hour later after officials assessed that the risk had passed. Ira Spitzer, San Francisco.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
Yeah, those numbers have really been adding up with the lake effect snow machine starting back Thanksgiving weekend. And they've had off and on bans literally all week long. Erie, Pennsylvania, you continue. Lake effect snow warnings right on through the weekend. Well, until 1 o'clock Eastern time Saturday. Yeah, they're talking another 8 to 18 inches. Yeah, winds gusting to 40 miles per hour. They did have blizzard warnings in place. Yeah, the winds beginning to die down, so the blizzard warning is canceled at least. But on over to Buffalo, New York. They've got lake effect snow warnings till 4 o'clock Saturday morning. More heavy lake effect snows, another 7 to 14 inches in the most persistent bands. Winds gusting to 45. Now, they say some of the heavy snows will temporarily move out of the warned area overnight tonight into Friday morning, but move back across the western, southern tier Friday afternoon into Friday nights. Yeah, the folks in Buffalo. I don't like old man winter, but I really don't like being buried in snow. How do you deal with that? So, around the country, 844-844-3388. Buckeye Boy checks in from Ackworth, Georgia. Told you it was going to get chilly, down to 26 degrees. I just got back from St. Louis. I'm already tired of the cold. Yeah, I've been in below freezing weather all day. I was going to deliver tomorrow, but was able to reschedule for Monday due to a last-minute meeting to sign some paperwork for a new company we're starting with, my stepson and some others. Pretty excited about that. I'll give you more details once it's up and running. Watched a great interview Megyn Kelly did with Pete Hegseth from Wednesday. They discussed all the anonymous, disgusting accusations that have been made against him. And every one of them was BS. It was part of a Kavanaugh-type smear campaign, just as I expected. He's the right man for the job. Any Republican senator who does not vote to confirm most likely is being told to do so by donors or lobbyists and should be primaried in the next election. Anyway, I'm going to be loading for San Diego next Wednesday if it gets confirmed by my customer. Another West Coast trip. All right, have a great night, a better weekend, and everybody be careful out there. And lastly, he said, "Good morning, Big Ed. Are you with me?"
Well, good. I'm with you, Steve. I mean, I'm feeling a whole lot better tonight than I did the other night when I talked to you. So I even got to go teach 8th grade history.
Oh, yeah?
Today. Yeah, enjoyed that. It's not state history, but United States history.
Yeah.
That was one of my favorite subjects in school. Kids were, in the history book, it's got the Constitution and everything in it. And so, at least in this part of the country, we're teaching them the Constitution.
That's good.
Bill of Rights. And so, and all these young people, I don't know, I guess about the 8th grade, they're just right there at that line where they become young smartasses versus, still a little bit better behaved.
Mm-hmm.
So I really enjoyed the day. So anyway, there's a lot I'd love to talk about, but I want to keep it to sports. But I've been thinking, I'm trying to find a theme song that you need to open with, man.
Oh, yeah?
Bring me on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that would, and if I could get my tablet to work, which I can't, because it's got a different phone number attached to it, and I've had it sitting there at the house with me since, I took it out of the truck out there. I used to use it quite a bit, but I'd want to download that Auburn marching band song, The Horse.
Oh, yeah?
I don't know if you can do that. That would be the perfect introduction for me. I'm starting to get the big head. Big head getting the big head. Because right now I'm at 55 and 22.
Okay. I knew it was somewhere in that range. 50. That's a heck of a record, Ed.
I'm pretty proud of it, Steve. Really am. Serious. And, because when we started this, I thought, boy, I hope I don't get egg all over my face. But no, I study it pretty good. I like to think I know what I'm talking about when I start talking about it. As long as I can keep personal feelings out of it, and it's just like Oklahoma, the young quarterback, and hope he has a great future ahead of him. He's already thrown his name out there in the portal. So to me now, these other bowl games, I know, a lot of the fans, they want to go to them, but to me, they become glorified scrimmages. So, I'm not gonna pick after this week any of those teams. I'm gonna pick the ones that are in the playoffs.
Okay.
And then take it right on up to the national championship.
Okay.
But I have got one extra pick for our good friend Chad out of South Dakota. And I'm going to start with that one. And that's I think they call it Division II college, and that's South Dakota State Jackrabbits playing the Montana Grizzlies at 1 o'clock Saturday.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go with the South Dakota State Jackrabbits. Out of respect for my friend Chad.
All right.
I know he's a big fan. And that's my extra game. But here's my main 6 picks coming up here, the ones with the meat on their bone.
All right.
Now that, it's going to start. Let's start with Georgia versus Texas. And I still think that what I was trying to tell you there the other day, Georgia pretty well wore themselves out playing Georgia Tech the other night. I don't think they're going to quite recover this early. And I really like the way Texas played and their defense played. And even though Georgia beat them earlier in the year at Texas, at Austin, I think Texas is going to take them this weekend. So I'm going with Texas.
Okay.
Then we got Iowa State and Arizona State in the Big 12 championship. And I've watched both of them close last weekend. And I really like Arizona State in this game. I think they're going to be Big 12 champion, and that should put them in the playoff.
Okay.
Now, how many of these teams are going to get in the playoff? Pretty well, you're going to have to win your conference championship, and that should open the door for you. And then they'll sort the rest of it out. Then we got Oregon and Penn State. Well, I'm going with Oregon for obvious reasons. There ain't nobody proved yet that they can beat them, and they're the only undefeated team out there. So we're going with Oregon in the Big Ten. Then we got Boise State versus UNLV. And UNLV, they're tough. You know, they got a great coach out there. But Boise State, and they got a young running back, and I apologize, I had his name wrote down, that might win the Heisman Trophy. So he reminds me of that Rocket Ismail that used to play for Notre Dame years ago. I mean, he can turn on the afterburners and take off. So I'm going with Boise State over UNLV, and I think that game's played Friday.
Yeah, it is tonight, 8 o'clock.
Yeah, and then we got Tulane versus Army. As much as I would love to see Army win, I just, Tulane, Army runs that wishbone. Tulane already took Navy down. But I'm just going with Tulane. I think they got jarred awake last week, so I'm taking Tulane over Army. Now, whether one of them gets into the playoff, that's a big question mark, because either one of them's going to, whoever wins this one's going to only have 2 losses. All right, people say, well, then that'll knock Alabama out. No, then you get down to strength of schedule, and the common opponents, an 8-3 or 8-3 Alabama will get in before one of these 2 teams get in. That's just my own, just my observation. So, but I'm going with Tulane over Army. Then we got SMU versus Clemson. In 1987, SMU got what they called the proverbial death penalty in football. You aware of that?
No, sir.
Well, you go back to those years in the 80s, there was a lot of that, the boosters were paying a lot of the athletes, giving them money. And they got caught, and it was a big deal. And they had got caught before and got their wrists slapped, paying players to play. And then, so when they got caught again, the NCAA just went in and dismantled the whole program. And really, because SMU used to be one of the top teams out there in the nation back in the 80s, SMU Mustangs, and one of the big name players that I know off the top of my head was Eric Dickerson, that played out there at the Los Angeles Rams. And I'm sitting there thinking how the pendulum has swung. Here's this team, and they've got a shot to get into the playoffs if they can knock off Clemson, which Clemson, they've got, if they win, they'll get into the playoffs. So I boiled it down to who I think really probably going to want it more and who has the talent to win it. I think SMU's offense is going to carry the day. They got a decent defense, which Clemson's got a decent defense. But I just don't think they have the talent on offense to win the game. And because of SMU now, they got a chance tell the football world, y'all punished us for all them years ago, and that the program was beat down. Nobody wanted them in their conference, just like when the Big 12, when all these Texas schools and Oklahoma and all of them joined up. They didn't invite SMU. They didn't want nothing to do with them. And so they've got a lot to prove. And so with that said, I'm going with SMU.
Okay.
So
now
out of all them games,
you mentioned playoff implications. Now, if you've got the number 2 Texas, number 5 Georgia, the loser of that game, is that going to knock them out of the playoffs, or will they still be in there?
It will knock Georgia out.
Okay.
Well, no, let one of them will be. No, I don't know. I just don't know. It's just so hard because you got so many other teams. You'd have to pick. Let's say Georgia lost. Well, you're going to have to compare Georgia to Colorado. Same thing with Alabama to Colorado, Alabama and Georgia to BYU. And then they'll have to look. That's where that strength of schedule is going to come into play.
Okay.
We know the winner is going to be in there, but there's too many other factors that the committee's going to have to decide. Okay, it's like Ohio State right now. See, if Georgia or Alabama loses, Ohio State's only lost 2 games. So, do you leave it? What's Ohio State right now? 10-2, something like that.
Correct.
Yeah, 10-2.
10-2.
So you can't very well leave them out and take 9-3 or 9 or what would that? Because there's 14 games. What would that be? 3 losses for Alabama and 3 losses for Georgia. Am I correct?
I believe so.
I didn't really study into it that
Okay.
far. But it wouldn't. You couldn't justify leaving Ohio State out. So, but it's anybody's guess. Now, if Clemson loses, no, they're not going to get. They're not going to have a chance to get in it. All right, and the same thing with Penn State. Now, with Iowa State or Arizona State, one of them lose, because I think you're going to have 2 teams from the Big 12. I know you're probably going to have 3 teams from the SEC. And then from that point, I think you might have 2 teams from the Big 10. All right. So that's how many teams there? Did I just mention? 2, that's 6, correct?
6 or 7.
And then there's supposed to be a total of 12 teams. So, and that opens it up for Boise State, Army or Tulane. It opens it up for Colorado, and it opens it up for Ohio State. Because to me, if you think you can put 3 teams from the SEC in it, well, you damn sure put 3 teams from the Big 10 in it. Based on Ohio State, based on Penn State, based on Indiana. Let's don't forget about them.
Mm-hmm.
And Oregon, where I don't see where the Big 12, the most I can see coming in is 2. I think I just can't see 3 coming out of the Big 12. So, but it's anybody's game this weekend. But those teams I've listed that I've picked, the odds are in their favor they're going to win. And we'll see where I stand after this weekend. And hopefully our good friend Chad's South Dakota State don't do anything to muck up my record.
So I mean,
did that for you.
So the bowl games, tonight and Saturday, and then Sunday. Is that when they have the selection deal? Sunday when they pick out
Sunday evening. I think about 8:00 Eastern time.
So we'll know.
We'll know
who's in the playoffs when you check in
when
Monday morning.
Right.
Okay.
when I call it. So see, I don't know if you can play it, but see if you can't find that Auburn marching band playing the horse. And put that on my introduction when I call in, Steve. I love it. Love the show, Steve. Appreciate you. And as soon as this season's over, I'm going back to talking politics. Right now, I just don't want to miss politics in with a good thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, have a great weekend, Dad. And I'll call you.
Too,
I'll call you about 1:00 Saturday afternoon to disrupt your games.
That'll work for me, brother. We're with you. We love you all. Be safe out there, guys.
Everybody knows. Don't call Ed when he's in the middle of his college football games. Don't be interrupting my Saturday afternoon.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Let's say good morning to Daniel. Good morning over by Valley City, North Dakota. Winds blowing, and it's cold. Hello from Bob in Michigan. There's Alan who says, "Go Lions." Great game, Fergie from Pleasant Lake, Michigan. All right, your show's great. Thank you very much, Alan. Yeah, how about those Lions? They are now 12-1 on the season. And I'm beginning to think it may be the Chiefs and the Lions in the Super Bowl. Of course, I don't want to leave out as Philadelphia Eagles. They've had a great, I don't know. But yes, so I guess Detroit actually sweeps Green Bay on the season. Detroit Lions now 12-1. And Packers with the loss fall to 9-4 there on Thursday Night Football. All right, some big rivalry games in the NFL, of course. That was a big one last evening. Yeah, Sunday you got the Browns and the Steelers. That's always a big grudge match. Of course, Steelers leading the division there. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. I'm looking ahead here, the schedule for... the anticipation was those Cincinnati Bengals were supposed to have a good season, which the offense has. The offense has been astounding. They can move the ball. They can put up lots of points. Problem with the Bengals this season has been... the defense can't stop anybody. So normally when you're anticipated to have a good season, they try to put some of the better teams on your Thursday night football, Sunday night football, Monday night, obviously. Yeah, Bengals have another primetime viewership, Monday night football. Yeah, next month, Bengals versus the Cowboys. Based on the way things have gone this season for the Bengals, and look, the Cowboys, they've had a rough one also. I just, seeing as the defense has not been able to stop anybody, I think, Joe Burrow has had an incredible season. Great quarterback rankings. He's put up a lot of points, but no matter how many points he puts up, he can put up 44 points and lose by 2, thanks to the defense. Just been that kind of a season. All right, I guess it was some frightening moments for some folks along the West Coast. When you live along coastal ocean areas and you're aware you have the possibility of tsunamis, and a 7.0 quake has a good likelihood of producing a tsunami. It depends on under the waters of the ocean. If you've got the tectonic plates that slide side by side versus one plate going up, the other going down, that's where you get the tsunami. This must have obviously been kind of a side-by-side slide because at 7.0, not generating a tsunami, but the earthquake itself was enough to knock stuff off grocery store shelves, sent the kids scrambling under their desks, and the brief tsunami warning for millions of people along the West Coast. More on that coming up here. Hey, got a Friday coming on, TGIF. It's 844-844-3388.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ishan Karg. South Korea's ruling party chief demanded Friday that President Yoon Suk Yeol be removed from office, warning that there was a significant risk he could try to subvert civilian rule again. Yoon imposed martial law on Tuesday, citing threats from anti-state forces in North Korea, before reversing it 6 hours later after Parliament, including some members of his own party, voted to oppose the decree. Laura Westbrook has more.
Speaking after an emergency party meeting, leader of the People Power Party, Han Dong-hoon, said his party had received credible evidence that Yoon Suk Yeol had ordered the arrest of key politicians on the grounds they were among those anti-state forces during the martial law. He warned that Yoon posed a great danger to the country. His comments are a departure from his earlier stand that his party would block the opposition's impeachment motion, which is set to be voted on Saturday.
President Emmanuel Macron has called for a spirit of hope in France as the nation wrestles with a constitutional crisis after its prime minister was kicked out of office. Monsieur Macron, in a televised address on Thursday night, vowed to appoint a new premier in the coming days. From Paris, Ross Cullen reports.
Well, after days of drama here in France, another dramatic moment, the French president making a prime-time address to the nation. He began by thanking the outgoing Prime Minister Michel Barnier for his work, saying that he was ousted in a no-confidence vote that was driven by the extreme left and the extreme right, who, he said, was seeking to create disorder, not order. Emmanuel Macron called for a new form of political compromise and did say that he would be naming a new Prime Minister in the coming days. Now, there have been some opposition lawmakers who have been calling for the president to resign, saying that that would be the only way to unblock the political chaos in the country. France has been left with a bitterly divided parliament.
US officials have called off a tsunami warning that was issued in the wake of a strong earthquake off the coast of Northern California. Millions of people had been instructed to evacuate coastal areas and head to higher ground. Ira Spitzer reports from San Francisco.
The epicenter of the 7.0 magnitude earthquake occurred in the Pacific Ocean about 70 kilometers west of a sparsely populated area of Humboldt County in Northern California, causing strong tremors but minimal damage. Shortly afterward, the National Tsunami Warning Center issued a rare tsunami warning for the northern part of the state, as well as neighboring Oregon to the north, an area home to millions of people. The warning was canceled less than an hour later after officials assessed that the risk had passed. Ira Spitzer, San Francisco.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, a new initiative by the British government to try and do something about spiralling energy bills. They're proposing to allow people who live near electricity pylons either to pay nothing at all for their energy or substantially discounted rates. It's all part of an effort to encourage people to stop causing delays to the construction of new pylons that are needed to expand the country's grid. The UK is poised to offer what the government calls community benefits to households in the path of electricity pylons, wind farms and solar arrays. Sam Richards is the chief executive of Britain Remade, a campaign promoting economic growth.
The reason why all of our bills went up by so much over the last few years after Putin's invasion of the Ukraine is because we haven't built enough energy in this country. We're still reliant on gas for about half of our power, and about half of that is imported. So we're going to have to build a lot more infrastructure over the next 5 years. And I think it is reasonable that the communities that host this infrastructure should benefit from it. So I think the government's proposition, or what they're looking at now, is to be welcomed.
Not everyone agrees, and the governing Labour Party could face opposition to the idea from within its own ranks. The government is planning to build 620 miles of new electricity transmission lines by the end of the decade, a goal only achievable if planning delays can be steamrolled. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
FSN is an independent source of news for TV, radio and digital networks worldwide. You can find more of our minute-by-minute updates on Twitter. Follow us there at Features Story. And we have a wealth of audio and video stories from our global news bureaus on Facebook. You can find us there by following Features Story News. Stay tuned for further updates right here. But for now, that is the latest Feature Story News. Ishan Garg reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Okay, what do you say? We kick off hour number 2. As As we make our way into a Friday from time zone to time zone, yeah, the quake out west, 7.0, that's getting up there. About 10:44 a.m., I guess, California time, so like 1:44 in the East Coast, west of Ferndale, a small city in coastal Humboldt County, about 130 miles from the Oregon border, but felt as far south as San Francisco, so 270 miles away, where locals described a rolling motion for several seconds. It was followed by multiple smaller aftershocks. No immediate reports of major damage or injuries from the quake, but it's one of the most powerful to hit California since the Ridgecrest quake in 2019. That was a 7.1. Nonetheless, the tsunami warning was in effect for about an hour. It was issued shortly after the quake. It covered nearly 500 miles of coastline from the edge of California's Monterey Bay all the way north into Oregon. It was a strong quake, according to the owner of Golden Gate Mercantile. Our building shook. We're fine, but I've got a mess to clean up right now. Store packed with food, wares, and souvenirs. Kind of the main attraction in Ferndale. To which he says, I got to go. I got to try salvage something for the holidays because it's going to be a tough year. This is a region known for the Redwood Forest, the scenic mountains, the three-county Emerald Triangle's legendary marijuana crop. They were struck by a 6.4 quake in 2022 that left thousands of people without power and water. Of course, the northwest corner of California, the most seismically active part of the state, since it's where three tectonic plates meet. Shortly after the quake, phones in Northern California buzzed with the tsunami warning from the National Weather Service, stating a series of powerful waves and strong currents may impact coasts near you. You are in danger. Get away from coastal waters. Move to higher ground or inland now. Keep away from the coast until officials say it's safe to return. Numerous cities were urging people to evacuate to higher ground. In Santa Cruz, authorities cleared the main beach, taping off entrances with police tape. Aerial footage shows cars bumper to bumper headed to higher ground on California's Highway 1 and 92 in the Half Moon Bay areas south of San Francisco. All right, let's see. The executive director of the Crescent City Del Norte County Chamber of Commerce said, we heard the alarm sound just before the shaking began, and the city's cultural center downtown started to creak. Just as it would start to subside, the building would roll again. Now, they said the president was briefed on the quake. FEMA officials are in touch with state and local counterparts there in California and Oregon. So kind of scary. That's what you deal with when you live on the West Coast, right? And not that they can't strike elsewhere, but it's a whole lot more common there. Let's see what's happening with Eagle. Good morning. Happy Friday.
Okay. How you doing, Steve? Yeah, listen, Steve, man. I've been driving today. I've been busy today working, but I've also been trying to keep up with this situation in New York with this Thompson guy that got gunned down.
Mm-hmm.
As we speaking right now, this guy is still on the loose. The shooter or whatever you want to call him. He's still on the loose right now. They got some new video. They got some new video of this guy with I don't know how they got this. The picture of him with no mask on, with a big smile on his face. I don't know if that was before he shot him or after he shot him. But have you seen this photo of him?
Yes,
with a smile on his face.
The smiling assassin, they're calling him. Yes, listen. New York officials say they're thinking it might have been a paid, a paid assassin, a hired hit. to take this guy out.
Yeah. Like I said, this guy here, he's still on the loose right now, which is a damn shame. Me personally, hopefully they don't bring him in. Hopefully they treat him the same way he treated Mr. Thompson. It won't be no loss to me, I'll tell you that. We don't need people like that running around to walk up to somebody, gun somebody down like that. He's a coward to begin with. He shot the man in the back. That show you what kind of a man he is right there, Steve. The shooter man in the back. Now let's go over this scenario right quick. Some things that I've learned today. Some new evidence that's come up. So it looks like this individual might be a disgruntled, or he worked for somebody who was a disgruntled person with this insurance company. Because let me ask you this, Steve: who writes on the bullet? Who writes on the bullets before they shoot an individual? These cryptic words that this guy wrote about the insurance industry. Have you ever heard of a shooter doing that before? I've never heard of a shooter writing these type of things on bullets or casings before they shoot them. Have you ever heard of this type of situation?
I can't say that I have, and obviously that was sending a message.
Yeah. See, we said that last night that he was sending a message, and it looked like he really was trying to send a message because he wrote it on the bullets, or somebody else wrote it on there. So this was definitely wasn't an isolated incident. He wasn't just a guy who just happened to be walking out of a hotel at the wrong time, wrong place. This guy was waiting on it. Now, to get back to that scenario, Steve. Okay, now I want to ask you the same question last night. Okay, this guy here is the CEO of a company that was scheduled to make over $400, not million dollars, $400 billion in 2025. They probably made that this year too in 24. The biggest insurance company in the U.S. I think it might be the world. I might be mistaken. But anyway, they're the number one company as far as I know. Okay, now this guy here is the CEO of this company. Okay, his wife claims that he was receiving death threats in the weeks before this incident. Now, first of all, if he's receiving death threats with all the money that his company has and that he has, I think they say he was making $20 to $40 million a year in the position he was in. You mean to tell me that he couldn't have hired him some private security? He couldn't have got him a security detail to be surveilling that hotel, to be surveilling that street that he was going to be walking out of that hotel at 5 o'clock in the morning to see if, especially if he'd been receiving death threats. He couldn't have hired a man to watch his back. That makes no sense, Steve. Okay. Second suspicious thing is this guy here. They claim that they seen this guy standing outside of the hotel all night long with a backpack on his back and a mask on, a hood on. Now, you mean to tell me that the employees of that hotel, they didn't notice the suspicious man standing out there all night? And we wonder, what the hell is the guy standing out in the cold? It's cold in New York right now. What is a man standing out in the cold all night long on with a mask on and a backpack? Well, why is he not trying to go into a building or someplace to get warmed up, to get some hot coffee or cocoa and sit down in a chair and relax, get the hell out of the cold? He's standing outside all night long, and nobody talked to themselves. Hey, well, let me call the police and maybe they can go check up on this guy and see what he's up to, because something ain't right about this man standing out in front of this damn hotel. Nobody never thought to do that. Okay, that's another second red flag right there. Why nobody has notified the authorities of this dangerous individual standing outside all night long. Okay, now the guy walks out of the hotel and the man walks up behind him and guns him down. He had to be a professional shooter because they've talked to gun experts. The gun jammed up and he quickly got that gun unjammed and still unloaded more bullets. You don't do that if you're an amateur shooter. This guy had previous experience, a lot of experience with firearms. This is not no just guy just walking around the U.S. This guy here has experience shooting in the world. I don't know what the hell he had in that backpack. But, okay, so he guns him down, and then conveniently he has a bicycle, electric bicycle that he jumps on and rides off into, they say, Central Park, and nobody never to be seen again as we speak right now. Nobody knows where the hell he is. They got photographs of this guy all over New York City, the biggest city in the U.S., the biggest police department in the U.S., and you mean to tell me they can't come up with this guy? They can't figure out where the hell he is in New York City. With all the resources they got in New York City, they can't figure out where the hell this guy is more than 24 hours later. So the whole thing is crazy, Steve. The whole thing is really sad. But here's something that's even more interesting about this subject, is that this guy was under investigation. And you said that last night. Him and his company was in investigation for doing some dirty stuff in the insurance business. And somebody was not happy with him or his insurance company. And they did what they did. So we got a bad situation here right now, Steve, because you can't have people doing this type of stuff in America. We supposed to live in a civilized country. You can't have people doing this type of stuff. This is the type of stuff you hear about going on in Russia, Ukraine, China, North Korea. These type of shootings. This can't take place in America. Something's got to be done about this, Steve. It's got to be done, stopped immediately, and this man needs to be apprehended and found out who he was working for and what he's all about, so they can get him
right.
And the people that he's working for behind bars. Now,
I can assure you, Eagle, they're working on it nonstop. The question about why he didn't have bodyguards or security, he has at times had security. Why he was not, didn't have anybody with him is a question they are asking. They actually spoke to some of his former bodyguards. Let's see. His position as the chief of the insurance, Philip Klein, whose security firm has provided bodyguards for Thompson in the past, said he's surprised that he was alone Wednesday morning. Now, he said it was normal operation for that company that they would have their own private security team to take care of their corporate executives. It very well may be one of those things. Some people just don't like to have, they don't feel like there would be a threat. They feel secure. The NYPD investigating the words that were scrolled on the shells. Yes, deny, depose, and defend on the live rounds and the shell casings left behind. Those words, they say, are eerily similar to a book written back in 2010 condemning the insurance business. The book was entitled Delay, Deny, Defend. That's kind of like what the insurance companies do. They delay paying. They deny your claim. And then they go on to defend why they're denying you. This guy was based at the headquarters in Minnesota, where they had big protests outside of their headquarters there. I mean, people coming from numerous states marching around the headquarters. Here, I guess earlier this year, in one case, they were marching around carrying a casket. All right, Minnesota, let's see, the headquarters, more than 100 demonstrators descended back in April and again in July to protest the epidemic of claims being denied. During the April protest, a group of demonstrators could be seen parading just outside the company building as they hauled a wooden casket that was labeled United Health Denies Care. Now, that casket was supposed to be a symbol of the company's victims of claim denials. But it kind of takes on a new meaning now that he's been gunned down, cold-blooded murder. During the second protest at the headquarter offices where he worked, 11 demonstrators were actually arrested. People from Minnesota, Illinois, Maine, Texas, West Virginia, and New York. According to the local police, the People's Action Institute that led the April and July protest They said they're shocked by his death, but still used the tragedy to highlight what they said is a crisis of denials, insurance company denials in this country. There's a crisis of denials of care by private health insurance corporations, including United Health. Going back to the investigators there in New York, Bernie Kerik was interviewed by Newsmax this past day, and he's leaning towards this being a hired killer, murdered by a hired killer. When asked if he thinks the killing was the result of a murder for hire, he said, yes, I do, based on what we know right now, based on the police department's findings, what they've seen so far. When you watch this guy, one, he had a suppressor or a silencer on the gun. He had a couple of jams during the shooting and clearly cleared them proficiently. He was somebody quite familiar with the weapon. The killer has not yet been caught, but Kerik said he believes police will find him sooner rather than later, explaining the problem for this guy is New York is saturated by technology, cameras, especially in the Midtown Times Square area. I mean, police departments will have the ability to sort through or monitor him until he got into Central Park. They may know some other things that we don't know right now. The biggest issue right now is to determine who he is and why. Of course, they have published several photos taken from video cameras. Other photos show the shooter's eyes, brow, bridge of his nose, the rest of his face covered. Now, I said the video footage will be a major part of the investigation. I think people don't realize that the Times Square area, Midtown Manhattan, I mean, it is an area that is saturated with cameras, almost like a casino. You don't have more than 6 feet of property that's not being surveilled in some way. Whether it's the police department's technology or whether it's the business improvement district's technology, that's all fed into the NYPD when needed. That's all going to be extremely... So what they've got is they're obviously going through all the cameras. Kind of harkens back, recalling the Boston shooters. The brothers, recall that, where they went through the camera footage. And it didn't take them too long, and they were able to share the videos of who the individuals were. The manhunt was on. It took a while, but they got them. Now, Kerik said this stuff used to happen back in the organized crime days, the mafia days. In a situation like this, an executive, CEO of a major company in the U.S., not necessarily, but that's why I said it's going to be interesting to see the why here. Where did it come from? Hired by whom? 25 past the hour. Okay, we'll see what's going on with Senor Heatwave. Happy Friday.
Good morning, Senor. And thank you to Inspector Clouseau. Swear. Anyways, hey, Wright keeps on asking me, why do you keep saying toes go in first?
TGIF.
And I keep trying. Yeah, exactly. And I keep trying to tell him, thank God it's Friday. And he keeps saying, toes going first. Well, yeah, we know that too. But anyways. Oh, anybody going through Amarillo and you stop at the Loves there in center of Amarillo, I've got to warn you, Hump 20, they've got it blocked off for good reason. I was talking to a couple of other drivers on the phone and keeping a sharp eye on the nozzle to make sure it didn't jump out. Well, it didn't jump out of the tank.
Mm-hmm.
It just kept going and going and going and going. Oh, yeah. So I beat feet over there to undo that damn nozzle, turn it off. And they've got it blocked now. They said, well, we had issues with it earlier. we thought we had it fixed. And I says, well, from what I can see, no, you don't. So anyways, if you're heading to that...
How did you get it turned off? Did you hit like the emergency stop button, or what'd you have to do?
No, I just went ahead and grabbed the handle and got that valve stopped.
Okay.
On the handle itself. Yeah. I mean, it's the first time that's happened to me, but I'm sure it's happened elsewhere. Unlike certain people, if they don't see it nor hear it for themselves, and then all of a sudden they see and hear it, they've got to think everyone else hasn't seen nor heard. So they're going to be pontificating about why, what, where, and how come. So, anyways, yeah, a little chilly out here. I did talk to Eskimo Mom earlier. I forgot she was on vacation. But she said she had her blanket wrapped around her. She had her new puppy right next to her. They was watching, what was it, Frosty the Snowman?
Yeah, yep, that's...
All right, yeah.
That ran on network television last night.
Yeah, so I think what I need to do is I need to go to Walmart and get all them damn movies that are like $5. You know, Rankin Bass. I mean, the stop. What do they call that? Stop motion.
Yeah, stop motion
like
animation.
Every little,
every little move is another camera shot.
Yeah, that good night.
Can you imagine how many hours it takes to make a movie like that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth, senor. I was going to say, that's a long damn time. And how many did they make?
Yes.
I mean, good Lord, over the years. So, yeah, well, it's... Yep, so anyways, I'm heading home to get the insides cleaned out so they can pump gas and throw a camera up my hind end to say, yep, you look good, or, oh, we better get some of these pieces out of here. So I think GMA and BS are going to be selling the video, and I think it's $19.99 for the black and white, and $49.95 for the color.
That's like that's a more than $20 savings, right? Yeah, thank you. Hey, we got to get a quick time out. It's 29 past the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ishan Karg. South Korea's ruling party chief demanded Friday that President Yoon Suk-yeol be removed from office, warning that there was a significant risk he could try to subvert civilian rule again. Yoon imposed martial law on Tuesday, citing threats from anti-state forces in North Korea, before reversing it 6 hours later after Parliament, including some members of his own party, voted to oppose the decree. Laura Westbrook has more.
Speaking after an emergency party meeting, leader of the People Power Party, Han Dong-hoon, said his party had received credible evidence that Yoon Suk-yeol had ordered the arrest of key politicians on the grounds they were among those anti-state forces during the martial law. He warned that Yoon posed a great danger to the country. His comments are a departure from his earlier stand that his party would block the opposition's impeachment motion, which is set to be voted on Saturday.
President Emmanuel Macron has called for a spirit of hope in France as the nation wrestles with a constitutional crisis after its prime minister was kicked out of office. Monsieur Macron, in a televised address on Thursday night, vowed to appoint a new premier in the coming days. From Paris, Ross Cullen reports.
Well, after days of drama here in France, another dramatic moment, the French president making a prime-time address to the nation. He began by thanking the outgoing Prime Minister Michel Barnier for his work, saying that he was ousted in a no-confidence vote that was driven by the extreme left and the extreme right, who, he said, was seeking to create disorder, not order. Emmanuel Macron called for a new form of political compromise and did say that he would be naming a new prime minister in the coming days. Now, there have been some opposition lawmakers who have been calling for the president to resign, saying that that would be the only way to unblock the political chaos in the country. France has been left with a bitterly divided parliament.
U.S. officials have called off a tsunami warning that was issued in the wake of a strong earthquake off the coast of Northern California. Millions of people had been instructed to evacuate coastal areas and head to higher ground. Ira Spitzer reports from San Francisco.
The epicenter of the 7.0 magnitude earthquake occurred in the Pacific Ocean about 70 kilometers west of a sparsely populated area of Humboldt County in Northern California, causing strong tremors but minimal damage. Shortly afterward, the National Tsunami Warning Center issued a rare tsunami warning for the northern part of the state, as well as neighboring Oregon to the north, an area home to millions of people. The warning was canceled less than an hour later after officials assessed that the risk had passed. Ira Spitzer, San Francisco.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
What do we see here? Another very bitterly cold. Looks like we're down to 16 at this hour outside the secret bunker. The deep chill, the deep freeze, all the way into the deep south. How about some good news? The clock is ticking on the latest blast of Arctic air, but the road to the warming trend that follows will be bumpy, strewn with multiple storms, some of which will bring snow and ice rather than rain for some areas, according to AccuWeather. Obviously, after a January-like cold start to the weekend in the east, temperatures will gradually climb into the first part of next week. Temperatures will trend upward through the 40s in New York City. Highs in D.C. Going from the lower 40s Saturday, mid-50s on Sunday, which will feel like a heat wave. Further west, highs near 40 on Saturday, followed by highs near 50 on Sunday in Chicago. Further to the south, temperatures rebounding in the 50s in Nashville this weekend, projected to reach 60 in Atlanta on Sunday. There will be a bit of trouble as the warm-up begins across part of the northern tier, as a Clipper-style storm will drop southeast out of central Canada to southern Ontario Saturday, then northern New England on Sunday. This is going to be a fast-moving storm. It will have enough moisture to maybe squeeze out 1 to 3 inches of snow from northwest Ontario to northern New York and northern New England. Local amounts, 3 to 6 inches, including some of the mountains. On the southern edge, the snow will be some rain, sleet, maybe freezing rain from parts of northern Michigan to the southern tier of New York and central New England. Now, south of the storm track, the milder air will have little trouble moving in. The mild air eventually gets into central and northern New England late in the weekend into early next week. By Monday, we should see highs well into the 40s in, say, Boston. The next storm will not drop south from Canada. That one's going to swing up from the southern plains in the Gulf of Mexico. With the milder air in front of that storm, most of the precip will be the liquid kind. Exceptions would be the northern tier of the Northeast, where just enough chilly air may hang on the backside of that clipper to cause a mixture of snow, ice, and rain. Due to the snow cover on the cold ground from these recent waves of Arctic air, the storm's moisture will lead to areas of fog. It's the same process that leads to mist that exists in the freezer door on a warm, humid day. The combination, the rain, the fog will be slowing travel somewhat. Not enough rain to fall where there's deep snow on the ground to cause that snow cover to liquefy, causing any flooding. But the upcoming thaw and a bit of rain could lead to some ponding of water on some of the streets and highways where piles of snow may be blocking some of the storm drains. Now, there will be an additional storm next week. As we said, that'll be system number 3. Depending on the storm track, intensity, and the push of cold air, there's at least a chance of a swath of accumulating snow in the zone from the Appalachians to maybe parts of the Tennessee Valley and the Midwest. That's looking ahead Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. But 40 degrees right now would definitely feel like a heat wave for me. All right, welcome back, Senor Heat Wave. Where'd we leave off there?
Oh, about the colonoscopy.
Yes.
$19.99 for the black and white and $49.95 for the color version. And it wouldn't surprise me none if Gilligan has someone that comes in to give me a double shot of that happy gas and goes a little more in depth. So probably throw in one of them hamsters as a souvenir. So anyways, God, that didn't sound right. Well, at least it's not a gerbil. Oh, Lordy. Anyways, Wright called me up, and he is just dying to talk to you about something. Yeah, right, Wingnut, yeah. Hey, Steve, I thought we had USA Radio News. Sounds like we're back to that foreign stuff.
It's a work in progress. Patience, my friend, patience. They're working on it.
Well, yeah, I'm sure they are. You got to teach them good English like the way we talk. Anyways, what kind of problem they got in France? They said it was a prostitution problem. Was that it in the government?
Prostitution?
Yeah, they said Macron was having a prostitution problem in the government.
Oh, boy.
The guy they just ousted. So what kind of problem are they having?
Now they're looking at a government collapse, Wingnut.
Well, I mean, hell, it's just like their army. You get them up against somebody that's about par with them, and they just go ahead and throw up the white flag. Well, anyways, I guess I better go. Well, again, what is this TGIF? We all know toes go in first.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, thank God it's Friday. It's Friday, Wingnut.
Friday.
Yes.
Friday. I'll have to get back with you on that. All righty, well, I'm out of here. Well, thank goodness he's gone. Good night. Well, y'all have a good night, too. Let's do this again starting Monday morning.
Hey, all right. How many times?
Good day, senor.
How many times do we explain to him that it's thank God it's Friday, not toes go in first? He just never seems to grasp.
No, the simple things kind of get away from them. So we'll let you go. You have yourself a good night.
Thank you, Senior Heatwave, and the right-wing nut. And it is 844-844-3388. All right, let me see. Pappy's on board. He's talking about the shooter there in New York. He might have been hired, but he was no professional. Believe that. I will explain. All right, so that's give us the full breakdown there, Pappy. What do you think?
Steve, I doubt he was even a hired gunman. This was no professional, Steve. Well, we can go through it like this. I'll tell you what, I think it was a patient or a family member of a patient that was denied
coverage. Okay, well, they've had the protests about that, obviously, so.
Yeah, and or I'm leaning towards the first, but it could be the latter, a disgruntled employee, maybe. All right, just because this guy had a can on that handgun, which is another term for a suppressor or silencer, doesn't make him a professional, Steve. Okay?
Okay.
And just because he cleared that round that didn't eject doesn't make him a professional. Anybody with any sort that does any kind of training at all, or not even training, but just get out and shoot a lot. Let's just say a gun nut, right? Knows how to clear a firearm if you get a malfunction. Now, when you put a suppressor on a firearm, what it does is it changes the gas flow, which suppresses the bang that you hear, right? You still get a pop. You're still going to get a crack. You're still going to get some noise, but it subdues it quite a lot. So you mean to tell me, Steve, that a professional is going to go out and assassinate this guy and have a gun malfunction, not just once, but 2 or 3 times? That ain't happening, Steve.
Okay.
Telling you, that ain't happening. Sounds like this guy maybe purchased that firearm, and maybe he had his own weapon. He could, Steve, anybody can get a can for a gun as long as you're not a convicted felon. You can legally purchase one. You can also buy them off the street. This guy might have just thought, well, I'm going to put this suppressor on this, and didn't even take it out and test fire because it changes the way the weapon operates, is what I'm saying. Any professional, Steve, I'm just telling you. The second thing, okay? Dude, the first shot, Stevie hit him in the lower left leg. Come on, man. Steve, that is a perfect example of what we call, and this is a really good example of what we call anticipating the shot and jerking that trigger. Most people that are right-handed, when you anticipate the shot and you jerk that trigger, that round's going to go low and to the left.
Really?
And that's exactly what happened here. He jerked that trigger. He anticipated that shot. Steve, you think a professional is going to shoot this guy in the leg from 10 feet away?
No.
Ain't happening, Steve. He probably would have walked right up behind him and put the gun in the back of his head and pulled the trigger. This was no professional. This was somebody that has experience with firearms, but not enough. That's why I don't even think he was a paid hire. there's a lot of Americans out here, Steve, that love to shoot, that maybe have insurance policies for United Healthcare. You're talking to one of them. But see, when I first watched, I just saw it today. Up at the district there, we were watching it, and it's first thing we were talking about. That's no professional, man.
Okay.
Anybody with any kind of experience when you watch that knows anything about these kind of things, especially that first round hitting him in the leg, Steve. That's just a pure sign of somebody not well trained.
Okay,
let's put it that way.
As you're speaking, I got an email, and obviously he was typing this up probably before I even picked up. He said, "I respectfully disagree with Eagle and some other folks. I have some experience with suppressors and own a couple legally. The pistol didn't cycle the ammo because the spring's too stiff for subsonic ammo and the physics that adding suppressor creates. It's a pretty easy fix with a little know-how. The suppressor seems to be quite long, leading me to believe it's probably homemade. Lastly, the shot placement is absolutely horrible. I'm not an assassin, but I'll decline to comment on shot placement. This guy may have been hired, but he definitely was not a professional." There you go.
And Steve, he just explained the suppressor and how it works and all that. He got into it a little bit more than I did, but he's exactly correct. Exactly. Like I said, anybody that really is a really gun enthusiast that goes out and shoots a lot and trains a little bit, even maybe get some professional training, would tell you that this was no professional, man. So, all right, I just thought I'd throw that out there.
Okay.
And we'll see what happens when they catch this guy. But Steve, I'm really leaning. It could be a whacked out dude, that one of the protesters maybe. But if I was going to put money on it, this was a family member to a patient that was denied coverage and possibly died as a result. And he's going to get even.
And you're going to make my life miserable. I'm going to make your life miserable. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well,
yes, sir.
End your life, I guess.
All right. Appreciate it, Steve. Thanks a bunch, everybody. Be safe. Hammer down.
Thank you for the explanation. All right. And I am not the gun professional. I know little to none about firearms. My son would be the one to ask about those sort of things. He'd probably say this. I haven't talked to him about this guy, but all right, 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Indeed, under industry headlines this Friday morning, the support, they tell us, continues to grow for a bill that would restore the per diem tax deduction for company truck drivers. Tuesday of this week, Representative Sheila Karfilas McCormick of Florida, becoming the 204th co-sponsor of the Tax Fairness for Workers Act, or H.R. 4963. Introduced by Brendan Boyle back in July of last year, would allow workers to deduct common employment expenses such as travel and uniform costs. Employee truck drivers had been allowed to deduct per diem expenses until the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017 eliminated that. Stuart Holtfelder, an Oneida Life member from Illinois, told Landline earlier this year that the change in law eliminated an annual tax deduction of $20,000. The change did not affect owner-operators or leased drivers. At this point, they tell us the Senate version of the bill has 40 co-sponsors. Despite the support for it, the measure is probably not going to reach the finish line before the end of the current legislative session. However, the climate may be conducive to the passage of the return of the per diem for company drivers. Republicans are expected to make tax reform a priority in the next legislative session. Bryce Mongian, the OOIDA Director of Legislative Affairs, said earlier this week that the association is advocating for the return of the per diem next year. The Tax Cuts and Jobs elimination eliminated several miscellaneous deductions, but then increased the amount of a worker's standard deduction. But Mongian explains the math did not work out to the benefit of company truck drivers. After that was enacted, we heard from a number of employee drivers who said we were out on the road 200, 250, or even 300 nights out of the year, and that per diem added up to a lot. So even though the tax cut was intended to make sure everyone took home more money, in some of these cases, we saw our members and other drivers lose out on the tax reform there. All right, the elimination of the per diem for company drivers has unfortunately increased the tax exposure for many hardworking Americans who make their living behind the wheel of a truck. And that was the words of Todd Spencer, OOIDA president. And that was shortly after the Tax Jobs Cut Act was kicked in 2017. Yeah, they've been fighting to get that re-implemented pretty much since then. I guess that was that what they would call one of the unintended consequences? Yeah, increasing the standard deduction worked, bode well for many workers out there actually being able to pay less in taxes. But obviously, When it comes to the trucking community, many of you ended up paying more, and I know Big Ed was one of them. We talked to him about that at one point in time. Well, what else you got, Big Ed? Good morning.
Well, Steve, what was you just talking about taxes there?
Remember when they eliminated the per diem deduction for company drivers? And I think, if memory serves, me and you had a conversation. You took a hit on that. You ended up having to pay a bunch more in taxes.
Yes, sure it is.
So the the legislation is they're looking to allow company drivers to begin taking that deduction again, re-implementing that per diem deduction.
Yes, but that's if you're going long form on your taxes.
I believe that is the case. Yes, right.
You got to go long form. They go long form, you got to have such other deductions, make like a house payment. Now, I don't know how that's going to affect somebody that don't go long form, because I don't go long form.
Okay, all right. Well, see, so I guess at one point you did go long form, and that's
yes.
And so many of the company drivers, obviously, if you're going to do the per diem thing, it's a lot more complicated to file the taxes. You got to have all the receipts and all those things. You can't say it. You got to prove it. But all right, we'll get our news break in here. I think Big Ed was actually calling about some of the insurance stuff as well. That's what he intended to talk about. So we'll get more on that coming up here. Rolling into a Friday. Good to have you with us. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Caroline Malone. Police have released new photos of the suspected killer of a CEO of a U.S. health insurance company in New York, and they've searched a hostel where they believe the gunman may have been staying. United Healthcare boss Brian Thompson was shot in a targeted attack. U.S. correspondent Kate Fisher reports.
Police are also using facial recognition technology to track down the suspect, focusing on a surveillance image taken in a Starbucks just before the shooting. They've also found a phone and a bottle of water that may have been dropped by the gunman. There's still no clear motive for the killing, but US media is reporting that the words delay and depose were found on a live round and shell casing tied to the shooter. police are exploring whether they could be a reference to a popular phrase in the insurance industry: delay, deny, defend. Major healthcare providers have increased protection for executives following the shooting. Kate Fisher, Washington.
Members of President-elect Donald Trump's incoming team have held high-level talks with Ukrainian officials to try to end the war with Russia. Trump has promised to end the conflict quickly. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
The Trump team's engagement on ending the war in Ukraine is very much underway. Incoming Russia-Ukraine envoy Keith Kellogg and Vice President-elect J.D. Vance met Ukrainian officials in Washington on Wednesday. They're trying to find common ground for a peace deal. That could include Kiev ceding territory to Russia and likely taking NATO membership for Ukraine off the table. But as that's been Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's main request, Trump's terms may not prove palatable as a way to bring an end to the fighting. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
3 US soldiers stationed at Fort Cavazos have been charged for allegedly smuggling undocumented migrants into Texas. The group were arrested after a high-speed car chase with border agents. Tony Waterman has more.
According to court documents, Border Patrol agents had pulled the car over, but as they approached, it sped off, leading to a chase that eventually resulted in a crash. Inside the car, agents found 3 undocumented migrants and 1 soldier. A second soldier took off on foot but was later apprehended. Federal prosecutors say the third soldier arrested was the ringleader. Officials say messages on their phones indicate collaboration to smuggle non-citizens into the country. Tony Waterman, Texas.
And news just in, the United Nations Secretary General has called for the bloodshed in Syria to end. Renewed fighting escalated last week when rebel forces seized the country's most populous city of Aleppo in a surprise offensive. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, South Korea, where calls for the impeachment of President Yoon Suk-yeol are growing after his extraordinary decision on Tuesday to declare martial law, an order he rescinded hours later in the face of furious public protests. Now, his own political future is hanging in the balance. Rafael Rashid is in Seoul reporting for The Guardian.
Not many people understand exactly why he did it. He claims it's in order to stop so-called pro-North Korean sympathies and anti-state activities. What he's actually referring to is not North Korea. He's referring to the opposition parties who he believes are blocking all sorts of laws and decreases in budgets and all sorts of things. Others believe that he is in fact trying to deflect from his own crises that he is facing, including approval ratings of about 17 to 19%. And multiple allegations surrounding his wife and many other irregularities in this government.
South Korea's First Lady faces allegations of engaging in stock market manipulation and accepting gifts. Tuesday's events came as a total surprise in Washington, where the Biden administration has toiled over the last 2 years to forge a trilateral partnership with South Korea and Japan in a bid to counter Chinese expansionism in the Asia-Pacific region. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again. New photos have been released of the suspected killer of a healthcare insurance CEO in New York. Police are searching a hostel where he's thought to have stayed. Donald Trump's incoming team held talks with Ukrainian officials to try and quickly end the war with Russia, a campaign pledge made by the president-elect. And 3 US soldiers have been charged with smuggling undocumented migrants into Texas. They were arrested after a high-speed chase with border agents. And that is the latest from Feature Story News. Caroline Malone reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Good to have you on board. Friday coming on, getting ready for the weekend. And it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Hello to Norman, checking in from north central Kansas. 21 degrees with clear skies. Been running days this week. Was in Colorado for 10 days over the holidays rather. Now it's back to work. All right, hope you enjoyed some time off there. Thanksgiving, extended Thanksgiving holiday, right? Everybody have a good morning. Michael asked the question, how did the shooter and which hotel that the United Healthcare CEO was staying in? How did he know? I'm not exactly sure. Good question. Bidu checks in. Good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. I'm still listening every day. All right, good to have you with us, Bidu. And welcome back, Big Ed.
Well, since you brought that insurance thing, the tax thing up, I'm going to talk a little bit about that. Then I want to get into the meat of what I'm going to talk about insurance. You remember your dad used to preach at us not to that we as drivers should claim that per diem. Well, when Glenda and I was team driving, we claimed it. That was better than $28,000 a year we got knocked off our taxes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, but we was doing long for them. Now, but your dad always preached about, because he said it would hurt your taxes when you got ready to retire as a solo driver if you was letting the company pay you per diem. So, the company I was working for, they paid me a $250 a week per diem. That's $13,000 tax-free. That's $13,000 that was not counted against my overall income.
Correct. It made your take-home pay appear lower, right? Now, I think he would cite that if you're looking to purchase a home or purchase your own truck, things like that, that it may knock your take-home pay down to where you don't qualify, kind of thing.
Right, but it don't. It don't. Because I took all the money that I saved, drawing my Social Security. I was able to put it all in the bank, and then my per diem, which turned into a substantial amount of money. So if I wanted to go get a loan, well, my overall income versus what I had going out would qualify me to go get any house loan I wanted to get, plus my savings. All right? Are you with me on that?
Gotcha. Okay.
And that's why when the government, but they still said I made too much money. And, okay, well, at that point, all that money I saved out of it, that was better than $16,000. I didn't have to pay no taxes on it. Guess where it was set?
In the bank? Yeah.
What do you think I've been living off of these I hadn't got a Social Security check. Well, I just got one this last month. Finally started getting it back. Remember I was telling you, when people say, well, how you living without getting no money coming in? Well, I had plenty of money in my savings, and I still got plenty of money in my savings. I did the math, and I come out way the hell ahead.
Okay.
But when the numbers started catching up to me, then it didn't justify for me to be out there when 75% of my money would have went back to the government. I wasn't going to do that. So who won and who lost? Well, I said government lost. I won. I've been sitting at home. Guess what I did? Based on my income, because I hadn't been getting no money, I go to the state and say, hey, the government took my money away from me and I don't start getting it back till November. They give me $1,000 worth of food stamps because my income qualified me. So there's $1,000 I didn't have to spend on groceries. Is that taking advantage of the system? No, not to me. Those are the rules. Y'all set the rules. I'm playing by your rules. But I'm not going to go broke. I'm not going to let you drive me into the poorhouse. Make sense?
Yes, sir.
So, now come February, I'm going to, probably by March, I plan on being back out there on the road. I can make all the money I want. And this company I'm going back to work for, I don't know how this will play out. I'll have to ask them, but I'm just satisfied as heck and then paying me the per diem. And with the money that besides the per diem that I generate, I like getting tax-free money. That's free money. So that's my thoughts on that. I think it's a good thing if they'll give it back to the driver. So, but you got to save it. So it can offset if you want to get a house loan. Say, well, you ain't quite making enough. No, but look, I've got $50,000 sitting there in my savings account, or $100,000 sitting there in my savings account to qualify you for the loan.
Okay.
Guarantee you. Are you with me?
I'm with you.
Now, for somebody out there that got more accounting knowledge like Grump than I do, then maybe he'll call in there and chime in. Insurance. Yeah, let's deal with that unfortunate situation with that CEO of United Health. You know, what people don't understand, Steve, when you're purchasing this insurance, what are you purchasing it for? That you think it's going to extend your life? That when people get these diabolical diseases, such as cancer, and you're denied, they only allow you so much treatment, okay? And then after a certain amount of time, they're going to deny your claims. Well, the insurance company, they can see, based on your medical reports, that you're fighting a losing battle. Now, why should they be held to task to keep funneling money to these hospitals and these doctors who aren't? Because to them, the hospitals and the doctors and such, you're a gravy train. Yeah, you got a right to seek treatment. They definitely ain't going to stop you as long as they're going to get paid. If the insurance going to pay it, they're going to treat you. And the end result with that type of investment, guess what it is? DEATH, death. That's the end result. And the insurance invested all that money, and you felt like your family might have felt like you was being done wrong. when you weren't being done wrong. They see what you will not accept. If they keep paying the hospitals to treat a losing cause, well, the insurance is going to be losing money. Am I making sense?
Right. So that's where Pappy's kind of alluding to. He's thinking, I mean, we can all armchair quarterback and guess our best, but if you have a daughter, a daughter who has something and they refuse to pay any further and she passes, or a wife, or whoever it might be, you're probably going to be pretty damn disgruntled with the insurance company.
Yeah, you will. You will. You're looking for somebody to blame when really there ain't nobody to blame for it. It's just evolution of life. Now let's go back to Glenda. Okay. I fought with this insurance company, and I was looking at the man's when he went to work for him. Hell, I may have talked to him. I don't know. But he went to work for United in 2004 and worked his way up. But I beat them to the tune of $6 million that was spent on Glenda's behalf. But I had to fight because they kept trying to kick her out of the hospital and deny coverage. But it's like I told them, and I argued with them. Their corporate executive had conference calls. But when it all started with Glenda, it's like I told them. I said, you people seen what kind of care she was getting. And rightfully so, what she went in there with her initial injuries, you paid just fine. I said, but then you turned around and you seen the hospital reports that were coming in, because the hospitals have to report to the insurance companies, send them a medical prognosis, what they're done to you. I said, you seen those reports. I said, you never once questioned them when it went from her initial injuries. We had to start fighting a level 4 bed sore on her backside and her being paralyzed. I said, you sat there, and when they started sending in them reports, you sat there and you approved medical care that she was getting. You approved it. So therefore, from my perspective, you're just as capable or culpable as they are, because you never once brought them to the table and that said, what happened here that this lady, we're now paying for something that wasn't there when it got started. And then you're wanting to kick her out because I'm saying it's her fault that she got this bed sore? That ain't going to work. And I said, I'm going to tell you right now, I said, I've got a hell of a lawsuit going on. And I'm going to use it like a baseball bat. I said, push comes to shove, I'll come after you. I said, right now, all I want you to do is that this bed sore caused other complications that you have to pay for that was not there when this all started.
Which was not of her fault, not of your fault. Right.
You're right. And I fought them until the point that I couldn't. Matter of fact, when the last time I got into it with them about it, I could have put Glenda on my insurance on the job that I worked for, okay? Which at that time I had Blue Cross Blue Shield. But United ticked me off so bad, I thought, you suckers. So I knew that I had one more year to keep her under the United umbrella. And it cost me $350 a month for the insurance. Where if I'd have put her under my insurance, it would have probably cost me $25 a month. But I was willing to pay that $350 because I wanted to milk them suckers for every dime I could get out of them on her behalf. So I did the math. I thought, okay, I'm going to get you people. And I told them, I said, I'm going to get you. You're going to pay some more money. And I'll tell you when I knew I got them. Is once that time run out that I could no longer keep her under the United umbrella, and I was forced to take her off of it and put her on my insurance. And once I did, I got with Blue Cross, and we went through all the bills. And I think United still owed, there was still $280,000 outstanding that was owed. And we got the United executives, and it was a guy that, and it might have been this guy, I don't know, that we was talking to, because I was with an executive with Blue Cross. We got their executive on the phone, and she told that guy, she said, here's what you guys are going to pay. You're going to pay on Miss Hutchinson's behalf $280,000. She said that will cover everything that you people had to pay. And at that point, this point, we will start picking up the cost of her care. And I knew I had him, because this guy didn't know I was on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
She told me to keep quiet. I knew I had him when he says, he said it. He says, thank God. He said, man, that case would cost us $6 million. I knew I got him.
Wow.
Because when we had got into it the year before, I think they'd spent about $5 million. But I always held them to the fire because I felt they was just as culpable as the medical establishment because of what happened with that level 4 petrol. And I'll tell you something else, which I still disagree with it, and I think it should be, when you get into major litigation like this, when it comes to the medical establishment, the insurance companies, they have what they call subrogation rights. All right. To me, now, I'm going to step away just a second. We got into a big fight with Ford, too, but that's a different argument, all right? I'm not even bringing that into the equation. To me, if United would have put a dog in that fight that I had going on, in other words, brought in their medical people, brought in their attorneys, and joined our litigation, I guarantee you we'd have got Glenda better than $50 million in a settlement because of what was done to her. But they wouldn't do it. They said, no, we got subrogation rights. So and to make a long story short, because of COVID, and there's some people said I should have just stuck with it, but, you know, I had fought it from 2011 to 2021, stuck with it, and, you know, I lost Glenda in 2016. When I lost Glenda, the value of the case just plummeted. All right. They tried to get me, or the lawyers even sent people over to my house. They wanted me to sell that house and build a handicapped house, and the cost was already figured at $3 million. And I had to tell them, back up here. We ain't won no dang lawsuit yet. How in the hell am I going to pay for this house? They don't want me to bring Glenda home. They said, don't worry about it. Well, yeah, I got to worry about it because I'm the one that's got to pay the insurance. They'll pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
And no, we're not going down that road. I wouldn't let them do it. But when we finally I had to settle instead of going to court. And what gave me more pleasure was all United out of that $6 million. All they got was $250,000 back. They lost their ass. So that to me, that was justifying for what I considered your crime of not bringing a dog into the fight when we could have waxed the dog crap out of this medical establishment. You wanted your $6 million back, you should have brought a dog in the fight, and they didn't do it. But every time that they'd try to kick her out, I would be on the phone with them. And it's like I'd tell them, I said, you put everybody in a box and say, okay, this is what we're going to pay, and this is only how much we're going to pay. But not everybody handles treatment the same way. So you really can't just put an individual in a box, but that's what they do to a lot of people. If you're fighting lung cancer and I'm fighting lung cancer, well, based on their averages, this is the way our life should progress with the cancer. These are the treatments that we both should need. Now, how much of that are they going to pay for? Where if you and I want to keep fighting, or our families want us to keep fighting, they're not seeing what that insurance is seeing. Do I think it was an inside job? All I know, somebody had to know this man's itinerary. That's a big question mark in me. You just don't. Do I think it was an inside job? How did the guy know his itinerary?
Right.
That's the big question mark.
And I have no idea how. I had not seen anything as far as how long he had kind of lingered outside the hotel. Eagle made it sound like he was out there. I hadn't seen that he'd been out there all night long, but technically,
no, he wasn't out there.
It wasn't all that cold actually either. I mean, I think they were, Horse Feathers was at 44 degrees yesterday morning at 5 a.m. still. So New York City, it wasn't like it was too cold for anybody to be just kind of standing outside. All right, we got to get to the news break here. We shall return Friday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. South Korea's ruling party chief says President Yoon Suk-yeol should be removed from office. It comes with a warning there's a significant risk he could try to subvert civilian rule again. Yoon imposed martial law on Tuesday, citing threats from anti-state forces, before reversing it 6 hours later when Parliament, including some members of his party, voted to oppose the decree. Laura Westbrook reports.
Speaking after an emergency party meeting, leader of the People Power Party, Han Dong-hoon, said his party had received credible evidence that Yoon Suk-yeol had ordered the arrest of key politicians on the grounds they were among those anti-state forces during the martial law. He warned that Yoon posed a great danger to the country. His comments are a departure from his earlier stand that his party would block the opposition's impeachment motion, which is set to be voted on Saturday.
French President Emmanuel Macron has called for a spirit of hope as the nation wrestles with a constitutional crisis after its prime minister was kicked out of office. From Paris, Ross Cullen.
Well, after days of drama here in France, another dramatic moment, the French president making a prime-time address to the nation. He began by thanking the outgoing Prime Minister Michel Barnier for his work, saying that he was ousted in a no-confidence vote that was driven by the extreme left and the extreme right, who, he said, was seeking to create disorder, not order. Emmanuel Macron called for a new form of political compromise and did say that he would be naming a new Prime Minister in the the coming days, and then a new government will be appointed after that. That, he hoped, would be representative of all political forces. Now, there have been some opposition lawmakers who have been calling for the president to resign, saying that would be the only way to unblock the political chaos in the country. The French president was combative in his message, and he ended by saying that clear, decisive action is needed.
Syrian rebel forces say they've taken control of Hama, the second major city they've captured. The militant group HTS declared victory there a week after taking Aleppo after a surprise offensive against President Bashar al-Assad. There are weather warnings in place for much of the UK as Storm Dara approaches. It's expected to bring strong winds and rain with the threat of large waves, power cuts and flying debris. Heavy rain and possible floodings possible in parts of the UK that were badly affected by Storm Bert less than a fortnight ago. Alex Deakin from the Met Office says it could cause disruption.
Storm Dara is brewing out in the Atlantic. It's going to intensify as it approaches the UK. Although there will be some heavy rain that could cause some problems, the really big issue with this storm is going to be the winds, really picking up during Friday night and into Saturday. Very blustery conditions.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, good morning to Rick in Columbus. Glad you're feeling better. Hello to Gary. Rolling into a Friday. All right. Now, what's Vic? Are you hanging with us?
Yeah, I'm still hanging with you there. It was interesting listening to Big Ed there. I know he went through quite a turmoil there way back when. And the experience he had with the insurance companies. But one of the things that a lot of people don't understand anymore was all the changes. You remember that Barack Obama come along and he said that insurance companies had to refund so much money if they didn't pay so much out of claims. And that was exactly opposite of what the financial model of insurance companies were. You know, some years they didn't have to pay out a lot of claims. Some they had to pay out more. But in the meantime, they got to keep their money and invest it properly. And there were other things that went on. But the current situation you were talking about, that had to do, I mean, I don't know why the individual got shot or anything of that nature, or was it they were, a professional hitman or a guy just trying to become what they call a wise guy. Maybe that was his first hit. I don't know. And I'm not that much of a gun professional. I just know that way back when we had to learn how to drop and rapid fire. And when we did that, when I tried to qualify with a 38 pistol, I never hit the target. I tore hell out of the bank behind the targets because it was something to do with my problems that I had with my eye. It's what's called parallax. Things aren't where I think they are. So I totally missed the whole target. A nurse that was also happened to do that because we all happened to become gunslinger docs. She put every shot right into the, I guess you call it the bullseye. You know how they have a silhouette of a person there and everything. So anyway, she got sharpshooter or what, expert or whatever it is, whatever the top medal was. But we were taught to sight off the top of the pistol and just do a rapid fire of the rifle. So that's about the extent of my gun knowledge. But the big thing was on that, I don't know if you covered this last night or not, I didn't hear it, but this all started with a Medicare fraud investigation involving insulin makers and the pharmacy benefit managers. There were three, I can't remember the third one. Caremark was one, Optum was one, because that's the one I have to deal with now. I remember that, but there was a third one in there. And there are even some, I think there's a statewide investigation going on now in Indiana because people were basically cheating Medicare, Medicaid over this insulin deal where they only have to pay like $35 a month for the insulin. So I don't know if the insurance companies were putting in more claims or not, but I know that United there, they used Optum, and they were a part of they were all a part of this investigation. So I don't know how much that might have played into it or if that was a disgruntled person. But I know when I first went into trucking, they gave me a delivery to Allstate up there around Chicago, Illinois. And it was like 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. And I looked and I looked and I looked, and it's like I kept driving past this building and everything. I couldn't see any name to it. Well, okay, finally I give up, and I was like, it's about ready to break daylight, so I'll see. So that was the building, and I said, I kept looking for your name outside. I said, you guys are hit. They said, yeah, people like to throw bricks at our windows or even shoot at them or anything else, so we don't have it marked. So I guess this has been going on for some time, but the main thing is that there is some sort of a Medicare, Medicaid fraud investigation going on. And I know Optum is involved, and that's the pharmacy benefit manager that United Healthcare uses for the people on the Advantage plan. And the other thing is this being open season, for those of us that are on Medicare, get all kinds of calls, and sometimes even through the all throughout the year. And it's always, well, what plan do you have? And we might be able to best the plan that you have. And my answer is always, well, why don't you just tell me your very best plan you have, and then I'll just look and see how my plan compares. It's like I usually get that. We will talk to you later. So anyway, it's something that goes on constantly. I think it's mostly among older people, and somehow they get your name and they get it. It gets on a call list, or it's pretty much a call list. And I can always tell that it's some sort of a boiler room. Sometimes you'll hear them in the background. Other times you'll hear the click, click. So I'm not exactly sure how widespread the fraud might go. how deeply United Healthcare might be involved in it. And it just, why the person was shot, it could have been that, one of the episodes that I just had there where I have to have hand therapy, they decided that when they sent in the last report that my range of motion or something or whatever, and they canceled like 10 of my visits, then gave me back 5. And now then we're coming up on 2025, and I'm waiting to where I have to go back and see the doctor again. I want to make sure that they get my 2025 card to me because they haven't gotten that to me yet. So I have to wait for the doctor's appointment to get the 2025 card. But that's just some of the little aggravating and silly things that goes on, and everything has to be coded right because it doesn't have the right code. They can deny certain things, and insurance has gotten entirely too frustrating. And I could understand where someone, if they lost someone or maybe just had a permanent disability or something of this nature, they could possibly get that frustrated. But they'd have to, I'm still trying to figure out with these executives, they usually don't publish their movements. So somewhere along the line, somebody had to put in an awful lot of effort to figure out where this person was going to be
and when
and
they were
why
going to
they
be
would
there.
go.
Yeah. Well, Vic, I appreciate you checking in this Friday morning. The plot kind of thickens, I guess. What's up, Grump?
What do you say, man? Yeah, I heard Big Ed on there. Good hearing him. Yeah, he had a hell of a time there. I've successfully sued insurance companies, and you remember, 14 years ago, my wife had a heart attack, and then that damn insurance company just gave me back my premiums and dropped our coverage. And I stayed in the law library for about a week and put a lawsuit on them, and they wound up paying the balance of it in lieu of going to court. So there is ways around it right now. The biggest problem that you're going to see with insurance companies is, number one, every damn one of them's for-profit organizations.
Mm-hmm.
Every one of them are for-profit. I don't care, even the Blue Cross, the Anthems, and stuff like that. They still have to turn a profit. And one of the problems that people don't do is when they're looking at insurance companies, they don't look at the balance sheets of that insurance company that is public. And I do. We just went through this. My wife's, she had to have a hip replacement, and then she had numerous problems related to it. A week after she got done with it, the bone in her leg snapped, and her femur, where they put the stake in her leg to support the hip, it snapped. It was weakened simply because the insurance company kept denying coverage. They kept, every time that we would submit it through, they would they would go to the underwriters. The underwriters would say, try physical therapy, try this, try that. It did not matter what a doctor told them, that the physical therapy is not going to help. It needs to be replaced. Well, this went on for over a year. While this is going on, the bone starts deteriorating. So we kept, the consults and everything from the doctor. And when I got to talking to this insurance company when they denied the last claim, and I said, well, I don't see any other avenue other than a lawsuit against you. And I was talking to one of the heads in St. Louis, and they said, well, we usually just hang up on people when they start talking trash like that. And I said, dude, I'm not the person you need to hang up on. I said, your net profits last year was $4.3 billion. $900,000 or $900 million of that come from the American taxpayers under the form of subsidies. You deny 43% of the claims that go through your office is automatically denied. And all of this is from different lawsuits. They've been sued like 2,600 times, over malpractice. But people don't look at that. And when I started bringing all that up to them, I said, go ahead. I said, hang up on me and see what happens. I said, we're going to run this through, and she has to have this done. We've paid you in the last 10 years, I've had the same insurance company. I've paid you guys $126,000 in premiums, and out of all the claims that they filed, you know, we've paid the brunt of it through our deductibles and out-of-pocket expense. You know, so big deal. They weren't out nothing. I mean, when you look at the net profits that they've had over the last 10 years, and it started during the Affordable Care Act, was what started pumping all the profits back into these companies, these insurance companies and stuff like that. Steve, did you know that there's over 260 major insurance companies in the United States that you know, you're only allowed, like in my state right here in Missouri, we're only allowed 4 of them that we can you know, pick insurance with. 4 of them out of the 260, or more than 260, and it's ridiculous. I should be able to call any insurance company and say, you know, what kind of deal can you do for me? You know, but they send everything. They would rather spend thousands of dollars on underwriters to look at medical history on people, and that's all the hell they do is they sit and they look at the medical history. How many claims did they file? This and that. You know, when a doctor submits a claim and said this person needs this or needs this kind of medicines or you know, through the pharmacies, it goes right to the damn underwriters, and they're looking at it saying, no, deny it. You know, that, you know, give them some kind of generic, or we'll deny this claim for another 6 months and see what happens. You know, maybe they'll forget about it. Maybe it'll get worse, and we'll have to, you know, follow up on it. That's exactly what they do. And it's the other one. And when that insurance company, we got a check back for our premiums. You know, I hit the roof over it, man. I was like, what the hell is this? You know, we had $63,000 worth of claims, you know, that went out, and I went around to every place and I said, what would you settle for cash? And like the hospital where my wife went with that in Columbia, Missouri, they said, you know, $12,000 cash. I said, all right, fine. So we paid the cash, the helicopter, you know, to take her over there. It was gotten through a grant, you know, the helicopter was, and our tax dollars, we pay a certain amount of money that goes to for that service, you know, for the ambulance service and even the air ambulance service. So they submitted a bill to me for it was about a 32-minute ride, I think is what it had on there, 32 or 34 minutes. It took them to get her over to Columbia for $18,000. They said, well, what kind of price would you put on your wife's life? And I said, if she was given to me under a grant, not damn much. And he said, what? And I said, you know, we went back through all this, and I said, $1,200, that's all I'm paying you. And I said, that's average, you know, on a ride like this. The rest of it you could turn into the insurance. We have air ambulance on our insurance. Turn it in, but I'll pay you cash $1,200. They said, all right, fine, write it. You know, we'd be glad to take it. And they do this for a reason. You know, hospitals, doctors, everybody submits these enormous bills out, because by the time they're negotiated down by the insurance companies, they're getting, you know, well, hell, look at Medicaid, 8 cents on the dollar, something like that. That's what they're paying out. Medicare is like 32 cents, you know, and regular insurance, it's around 40 cents on the dollar, I believe is what they said is what they pay out. So, you know, when they submit a $400,000 claim for, you know, cancer or whatever, they're going to be lucky to get $100,000, and you still got you're on the hook for your deductible and stuff. But that's the nature of the beast when you have these for-profit organizations. If every hospital and every insurance company operated on as nonprofits, and we were able to claim more people, or more insurance companies were able to get together and say, hey, let's act as a group and cover this group of people here, you know, like the cancer patients and things like that. Hell, it'd drive the cost down. I mean, the cost would be minimal, but that's not what happens. It's a competitive for-profit, basically a money-making deal right now. And hell, I'd like to say that I made $4.33 billion last year. You know, net profits. That was net profits out of every claim that was paid. You know, that's what they come up with. And you know, man, I tell you, it's just a crazy world that we live in when money just rules every damn thing. But getting to that guy in New York City that got killed, I agree wholeheartedly, you know, and Pappy brought up a good point, and I was going to say the same thing. When you got a suppressor on your, and like on, I have a Ruger Mark IV, which is a 22 long rifle. I don't know what this was, but it shoots 22 long rifles, and it has a built-in suppressor on it. It's very quiet, and we target practice and stuff with it, and just goofing around and shooting coyotes or whatever. And I got a number of pistols at the house and different firearms and stuff. But if I was to put a suppressor on say my M22 or something like that, my Smith & Wesson, it would probably jam 9 times out of 10 because it does divert the gases that operates the slide mechanism. So I'd have to keep sitting there and jacking rounds back and putting them loading it like that and to be able to fire it again. And it just looked to me when I saw that was what was happening there. Was it just the guy didn't understand the fact that gun was going to jam like that, so he was having to operate it as like a single shot, work the slide mechanism on. But it's I think when the smoke clears on this, they're going to find out real quick that somebody died. This was payback. I don't think it was for any way, shape, or form a hit on this guy or anything else. And the insurance companies are despised, simply because of their 46%, 48% denial rate on claims. And people, they suffer for this. And they pay the damn premiums in. If I was to miss a payment, which right now our premiums is $1,823 a month, and I can't wait till my wife turns 65, man. I am not kidding you. So we can get on put her on Medicare. I mean, her insurance is just through the roof, and I have supplement insurance, but I also have the VA, that I go through, which I pay a deductible on the VA because my income and everything. I have to do it, but we have to pay full price on our insurance because my income levels, I have to submit everything. If I was to go through Obamacare and all this other crap, I would have to submit tax returns and everything to try to see if I fell within the poverty rate, so that I could get a tax credit for my insurance. Well, they can kiss my ass. I don't want nothing to do with Obamacare. Never have, never, to hell with them. But it's still, with me paying full price, I'm kicking in money over what I should be paying if it was adjusted the right way and balanced out for everybody. I'm sorry there's people out there that don't have insurance or they got insurance and stuff like that. They're only paying $20 a damn month for it because they have no job or something like that. Young people or whatever. It's in college and stuff like that, and they look at it like, well, let's charge this guy because he's, he makes a decent living. Let's charge him more, and people like me, small businesses, and that'll help offset the cost of that other person. I'm not their freaking nanny or anything else. I don't give a damn about that other person. I would like to be looked at as an average human being and have an average cost that is the same as everybody else in my age group and my situation. The fact that my income shouldn't have a damn bit to do with it, but it does. It plays that much of a role in it, and they're looking at other people going, well, hell, let's my barber. I was talking to him the other day. He said, well, I pay $125 a month for my insurance, and he said my wife pays about $130. And I said a month. He said, yeah, and they're both of them are self-employed, but he. Like I said, he's a barber, and he can hide all the income he wants, and stuff. He doesn't, if he submits his own 1099 and things like that, the receipts and everything. How many heads of hair can you cut that you just say, well, I'm gonna write these off? I don't have that option. I'm leased to a company, so I get a 1099 at the end of the year, and it's hovering around a $300,000 mark, and I have no, my truck's paid for, all my other stuff is paid for around the house. I got medical insurance that I can deduct. Fuel, maintenance, stuff like that, but it still puts me up there in that percentage where I'm, my net income is, I'm paying taxes on a, $130,000, $140,000, and that's not even a conservative, statement there. But it's so why is it I should have to pay more? I don't understand it at all. I mean, hell, up until I've had a couple of eye surgeries and this, and a neck injury and things where I had to have a disc replaced, but and I got kidney cancer and stuff. But that's I haven't had much done on that. I had it froze once, but still, that's for somebody my age, I'm in damn good shape. I work every day. I just look at it like the hell with it. Why in the hell should you look at me and say, well, his income is up there where he can afford to pay higher premiums and help offset these people that can't? Like I said, I don't give a rat's ass about that person. I don't know them. I don't know what their medical history is or anything else. Maybe they're drunks or drug addicts or whatever and got medical insurance, and hell, we're all out offsetting it. I just don't see it, man. I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is. I'm not trying to be, sound like a jackass about it, but their demographics and their income structure and everything else about them should not be. We should have an average of insurance, and the government needs to step in and say, hey, Obamacare was nuts. It absolutely was nuts. It gives billions of dollars away in tax subsidies, number one, and rebates and everything to these insurance companies that, the whole thing with Obamacare was to make it so onerous and just so expensive that you would have to go to a single-payer system. That was the basis behind it. They sat right there and said that, that before it's over, before everybody does, and even this mandate, when Trump did away with the mandate, well, you notice Biden didn't put it back in because, under their idea or under their knowledge of it, 10 million people, the reason Obamacare was written was because 10 million people didn't have health care coverage. They didn't have medical insurance, couldn't afford it. Well, hell, now we got 30 million. That's not including all the illegal aliens out there that's getting their stuff for free.
The unintended consequences.
That's something else that's an expense on us.
Well, Grump, I'm up to the top of the hour, so you know the drill. But thank you so much. Have a great weekend. Good information on a Friday morning. Back after this.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. South Korea's ruling party chief says President Yoon Suk Yeol should be removed from office. It comes with a warning there's a significant risk he could try to subvert civilian rule again. Yoon imposed martial law on Tuesday, citing threats from anti-state forces. before reversing it 6 hours later when Parliament, including some members of his party, voted to oppose the decree. Laura Westbrook reports.
Speaking after an emergency party meeting, leader of the People Power Party Han Dong-hoon said his party had received credible evidence that Yoon Suk-yeol had ordered the arrest of key politicians on the grounds they were among those anti-state forces during the martial law. He warned that Yoon posed a great danger to the country. His comments are a departure from his earlier stand that his party would block the opposition's impeachment motion, which is set to be voted on Saturday.
French President Emmanuel Macron has called for a spirit of hope as the nation wrestles with a constitutional crisis after its prime minister was kicked out of office. From Paris, Ross Cullen.
Well, after days of drama here in France, another dramatic moment, the French president making a primetime address to the nation. He began by thanking the outgoing Prime Minister Michel Barnier for his work, saying that he was ousted in a no-confidence vote that was driven by the extreme left and the extreme right, who, he said, was seeking to create disorder, not order. Emmanuel Macron called for a new form of political compromise and did say that he would be naming a new Prime Minister in the coming days, and then a new government would be appointed after that. That, he hoped, would be representative of all political forces. Now, there have been some opposition lawmakers who have been calling for the president to resign, saying that that would be the only way to unblock the political chaos in the country. The French president was combative in his message, and he ended by saying that clear, decisive action is needed.
Syrian rebel forces say they've taken control of Hama, the second major city they've captured. The militant group HTS declared victory there a week after taking Aleppo after a surprise offensive against President Bashar al-Assad. There are weather warnings in place for much of the UK as Storm Dara approaches. It's expected to bring strong winds and rain with the threat of large waves, power cuts and flying debris. Heavy rain and possible floodings possible in parts of the UK that were badly affected by Storm Bert less than a fortnight ago. Alex Deakin from the Met Office says it could cause disruption.
Storm Dara is brewing out in the Atlantic. It's going to intensify as it approaches the UK. Although there will be some heavy rain that could cause some problems, the really big issue with this storm is going to be the winds, really picking up during Friday night and into Saturday. Very blustery conditions.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, a new initiative by the British government to try and do something about spiralling energy bills. They're proposing to allow people who live near electricity pylons either to pay nothing at all for their energy or substantially discounted rates. It's all part of an effort to encourage people to stop causing delays to the construction of new pylons that are needed to expand the country's grid. The UK is poised to offer what the government calls community benefits to households in the path of electricity pylons, wind farms and solar arrays. Sam Richards is the chief executive of Britain Remade, a campaign promoting economic growth.
The reason why all of our bills went up by so much over the last few years after Putin's invasion of Ukraine is because we haven't built enough energy in this country. We're still reliant on gas for about half of our power, and about half of that is imported. So we're going to have to build a lot more infrastructure over the next 5 years. And I think it is reasonable that the communities that host this infrastructure should benefit from it. So I think the government's proposition, or what they're looking at now, is to be welcomed.
Not everyone agrees, and the governing Labour Party could face opposition to the idea from within its own ranks. The government is planning to build 620 miles of new electricity transmission lines by the end of the decade, a goal only achievable if planning delays can be steamrollered. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, South Korea's ruling party chief says President Yoon Suk-yeol should be removed from office. French President Emmanuel Macron's promised to remain in office until 2027 despite a deepening political crisis. Syrian rebels say they've taken control of Hama, the second major city they've captured, and there are weather warnings in place for much of the UK as Storm Dara approaches. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We roll on through the late night, early morning hours. Kicking off a Friday, and we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. So welcome aboard. Hello to Slowpoke. Morning, everybody. Happy Friday. 21 degrees in Cattlesburg, Kentucky. Everybody stay safe. Time to get her rolling. Thank you for what you do for us, Steve. You're one of a kind. Stay safe. Have a good weekend. Thank you so much, Slowpoke. Pappy chimed in on the health care. It was all about, and Grump just brought that up, the ultimate goal. Going into the Obamacare system, remember the whole debate was the ultimate goal being socialized medicine, complete government control of health care. And that's what Pappy alluded to. The leftist dream, where you got a government employee deciding if your chest is cracked open or not. That's the right answer. Right? Ask Sundance. He'll tell you. All right. Anybody suffering from sunset anxiety? Yeah, for those of us that work, how did he put it? The werewolf shift. The overnight workers. Yeah, we're in a whole different world. But for many people out there, as the sun sets earlier and earlier across the western horizon, a lot of folks experience the condition experts call sunset anxiety. It's not a true clinical diagnosis, but it's associated with the feeling of anxiousness, less energy, less motivation. Once the sun goes down, I mean, we're still here a couple weeks away, Saturday, December 21, when we mark the winter solstice, the shortest day and longest night of the year in the Northern Hemisphere. Yet millions of people kind of negatively affected by the shorter days, the lack of light, causing the anxiety, the sluggishness, even depression. Lack of sunlight does influence our body's circadian rhythm. The natural sleep hormone, melatonin, is sensitive to light, so when it gets dark earlier, we naturally want to go to bed. People may feel more vulnerable after the sun goes down. There's less distraction as we spend more time indoors, leaving more time to focus on our personal dissatisfactions. But there are ways to combat sunset anxiety. Do your best to spend more time in the sunlight. Get outdoors, especially first thing in the morning, to help your body's circadian rhythm. Light boxes or lamps can help those that are unable to get outside during the day. All right, take a few minutes to connect your brain and your body. Yoga? I don't know about that. Engage in high-reward, low-effort endeavors. At the end of the day, when it's dark, you may not feel like participating in activities that require a lot of effort. Instead of spending hours scrolling through your phone, which could bring up negative feelings, maybe swap the phone for maybe a puzzle, an adult coloring book. Maybe do some baking. All right, if your anxiety becomes more pronounced, seek professional help. It's the wintertime blues, as they call it, right? Sunset anxiety. Are you still with us there, Eagle? Welcome back.
Yeah, I'm still here, Steve. I want to comment on a few things that some of the previous callers said. I want to talk about what Pappy said. I'm gonna take Pappy's word. I said that I thought that the man was a professional hitman. Pappy, I can't disagree with him because he's a police officer. He knows more about weapons than I do. If he say the man was not a professional, then I have to take his word because that's what he does for a living. Like I said, he told some of the things that happens, when a person doesn't know what they're doing, and everything he said apparently looks like it might be true about this shooter. So I'll have to take his word on that. Now they got some more controversy going on now, Steve. Now, when I was on hold with this situation, now they're saying that they might try to frame somebody. The individual that we talked about in my call is the guy with the smiling face. They're saying that that's not the same guy. That's not the same guy that did the shooting. This guy, he has a different jacket. He has a different jacket on. And this guy in this video doesn't have a backpack on. He didn't have a backpack in the picture that they're showing of this individual. So I don't know if that's true or not, but that's the new controversy they got going on, that they might have the wrong man that they're describing. This guy that apparently talked to this girl and showed his face is not the actual shooter, because it doesn't make sense why he would show the girl his face if he was planning on doing the shooting later on that night. So that's kind of suspicious right there in terms of that situation. But I wanted to talk about another thing that's going on right now, Steve, in America, and that's with this, guy trying to be defense guy, for Donald Trump. Okay, he's saying yesterday and today that he's got the full backing of Donald Trump. Yet I haven't heard those words come from Donald Trump. He said that he had a conversation with Donald Trump, and Trump told him not to drop out and keep doing his thing.
Right.
Well, how come Donald Trump is not coming? How come Donald Trump is not coming on TV saying that? Where's Trump at endorsing this man on television, saying I trust this man and I want him to be my man. So that's a bad sign right there, and I believe in the long run he's gonna eventually drop out because they're bringing the heat on him, and I think that he's probably gonna be replaced with the governor of Florida. But like I told you on Monday, 2 nights ago, they'll find something wrong with him too. It's just a matter of time. Some unidentified woman that we've never heard of, she's never been heard from up to this time, but she'll want to be identified all of a sudden. Governor of Florida, he did something to her in the 10 or 20 years ago that we all need to know about. You just wait and see when he names a different man, if that occurs, they're gonna find something wrong with him too, because like I told you last night, that's what they do. And apparently you have a guy. Apparently, Steve, I've been trying to be nice about this situation. I'm trying to end the year on a good note. Trying to not let people, ruin my happy mood, because God has really blessed me in 2024. But sometimes you can't let things go, Steve. I've tried to be nice to this guy. Never even met this guy before in my life. Don't know the guy. Don't want to know the guy. But 2 nights in a row, this guy he hasn't mentioned my name, but I know who he's talking about, and it's totally unnecessary because, see, I don't say nothing about that guy because I don't care about that guy. But I will tell him this, Steve. I will tell him this. I'm over the road truck driver. I'm in and out of truck stops all over America, my friend. If you got a problem with me, name the truck stop you want to meet me at, and I'll be more than happy to meet you, and I'll say it to your face that you see that real close. Because like I told you, Steve, I'm trying to be the nice guy in the deal. And you know this. I don't mention other people's names on your show. I call the show to talk to you, not to him. And I've made that point to him several times. And apparently he's either stupid or he doesn't want to understand it. So I'm just making that point real clear. If he has a problem with me, just let me know where you want to meet me at, my friend, and I'll be more than happy to meet you. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right. A little squabble on the radio. All right. Well, we mentioned this area numerous times every year because trucks tend to get stuck. The notorious section of road in Vermont is now officially closed for the winter season. The Vermont Agency of Transportation announcing the closure of the one and only Smuggler's Notch. Yeah, once considered a section of Vermont 108. The section of road first shut down due to weather a few weeks ago with the possibility of reopening. Officials have since determined it should officially remain closed for the season. Smuggler's Notch, notoriously sticky section of road for semi-trucks, which are not supposed to traverse the single-lane road, which is lined by boulders. They actually installed a series of chicanes earlier this year, trying to prevent further issues with commercial vehicles. Now, they've been banned. I'm assuming that some of the probably four-wheeler GPS systems, which apparently many truck drivers, for whatever reason, use a GPS that's not designed for the commercial driver. Yeah, there's a whole lot more knowledge in the truck-specific GPS, what roads not to take. Meanwhile, 4 truck drivers in 2 different accidents cited for careless driving during the snowstorm in Canada this week. Yeah, both incidents occurred on Highway 11 between 9:30 and 10:30 a.m. in Ontario, Canada, according to the Sudbury News. First incident occurred while officers were implementing traffic control for another vehicle being towed out of the ditch. An oncoming semi, unable to stop for the slowed traffic, crashing into the back of another commercial vehicle. 20-year-old truck driver charged with careless driving causing bodily harm after their passenger sustained 9 non-life-threatening injuries. The second involving a pileup of 6 commercial vehicles. 3 drivers being charged with careless driving. No injuries in that chain reaction. We urge drivers, particularly those operating large vehicles, to exercise extreme caution in winter conditions. Slow down. Most of these are driving too fast for conditions, which continues to raise the question. The ELD, the time, the clock's ticking. I've got to get there. I don't care what the road conditions are. I've got to get there. 18 past the hour. Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, in other news, health officials warning about a drug 100 times more potent than fentanyl that's caused deaths in 37 states in recent years. It's not the first time we've heard about this. It's carfentanil, which is a derivative of fentanyl that was designed to tranquilize elephants. It is the most potent commercial opioid on the market. 513 overdoses between January of 21 and June of this year, hitting states like Florida, West Virginia the hardest, according to the CDC report yesterday. Officials are concerned because the total has increased 7-fold in just the past year. This could threaten to reverse a recent drop in overdoses in the country. Now, carfentanil, they say, comes in powder, paper, tablet, patch, and spray form. Can be inhaled, ingested, or absorbed through the skin. In its powdered form, the drug mimics cocaine or heroin, is often mixed into other illegal drugs like xylazine or counterfeit pills. As little as 2 milligrams, about 1/50th of a pinch of salt, can be lethal, slowing your breathing to dangerous levels, leading to brain damage or death. The CDC official said recent sharp increases in overdose deaths with carfentanil detected, although rare, kind of highlight the changing illegal drug supply threatening to progress in reducing overdose deaths. According to the DEA, the drug is 10,000 times more potent than morphine, 100 times more potent than fentanyl. Not clear is where the drugs are coming from. The report states they're likely manufactured illegally, yet not stolen from legal caches. Back in 2021, a drug bust in Southern California, police found 21 kilos of the drug in the homes of 2 U.S. residents, Christine Ponce and Andre Morales, before it hit the streets. Carfentanil was originally designed in 1974 to treat large mammals like elephants and bears. Kind of works the same systems in the brain as codeine, heroin, oxycodone, essentially stops or dulls pain, but is highly addictive. Powdered fentanyls entered the U.S. later than they did in other countries because they were difficult to mix into black tar heroin, which used to be more common. But now, as prescription and counterfeit pills have become more popular in the past few decades, it's become easier to sneak the super potent opioids into the supply. So, yeah, every once in a while, a batch hits the streets and you'll have a number of overdose calls and fatalities in one particular area of the country. But just be advised, it is 844-844-3388. Friday morning, TGIF. According to Roki, Trump will actually appear on Meet the Press this Sunday morning, 10:30 a.m., slated to be interviewed there. Okay. Very good. Thanks for the heads up. Might be worth tuning into. Hello to Mike. Said, thank you, Steve, and Hotshot Secret for my $60 first-time caller code. Just got my order yesterday. Very fast shipping. Yeah, they are. Johnny on the spot. You order, a couple days later, boom, wow, it's already here. Good morning to Charlie.
Good morning, Steve, and fellow listeners. Yes, this is the one and only Charlie Ferguson impersonator of the Overnight Drive. The man who aspires to one day be considered the rich little of the Overnight Drive. In the news this evening, we have got a report of the Bong Squad has gone crazy, jumped in Pepe's squad car, and went flying out to California. They took that story to heart about the tsunami, and there was a marijuana field in danger of getting hit by it. Well, now a word from our sponsor. GMA and BS Enterprises, as earlier announced this week, has introduced the ever-popular stuffed hamsters, Hollywood Signature Series. I have an anonymous customer on the line here to give a testimonial about the hamsters he have received. Are you there, Mr. Anonymous Customer?
Yes. It's me, Mr. Anonymous Customer. I really enjoy my new furry friends. That's the Hollywood series with an I. How the hell do you spell Hollywood anyways? Well, anyways, they're very nice. They're very soft. And problem is, where the eyes were, they're blank. I mean, there ain't nothing in them. But it's still a soft, furry little critter. And I'm very pleased. Hell, I think I might even send one to a little person out there that's a little hurt about something or another. I don't know what the hell he's talking about, but I hadn't heard any names being called. But anyways, yeah, it's very nice little critter.
There you have it, folks. Another satisfied customer at GMA and BS Enterprises. Just remember, all our products are visually inspected by the blind man. Our products are always $19.95 with a special value of $49.95 for two. Yes, that's right, folks. That's an over $10 value. And just remember their motto at GMA and BS Enterprises, brought to you by the founder's late great father, the West Virginia werewolf. Will treat you right. Back to you, Steve.
Thank you very much. Charlie Farquharson, impersonator.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. South Korea's ruling party chief says President Yoon Suk-yeol should be removed from office. It comes with a warning there's a significant risk he could try to subvert civilian rule again. Yoon imposed martial law on Tuesday, citing threats from anti-state forces, before reversing it 6 hours later when Parliament, including some members of his party, voted to oppose the decree. Laura Westbrook reports.
Speaking after an emergency party meeting, leader of the People Power Party, Han Dong-hoon, said his party had received credible evidence that Yoon Suk-yeol had ordered the arrest of key politicians on the grounds they were among those anti-state forces during the martial law. He warned that Yoon posed a great danger to the country. His comments are a departure from his earlier stand that his party would block the opposition's impeachment motion, which is set to be voted on Saturday.
French President Emmanuel Macron has called for a spirit of hope as the nation wrestles with a constitutional crisis after its prime minister was kicked out of office. From Paris, Ross Cullen.
Well, after days of drama here in France, another dramatic moment, the French president making a prime-time address to the nation. He began by thanking the outgoing Prime Minister Michel Barnier for his work, saying that he was ousted in a no-confidence vote that was driven by the extreme left and the extreme right, who, he said, was seeking to create disorder, not order. Emmanuel Macron called for a new form of political compromise and did say that he would be naming a new prime minister in the coming days, and then a new government would be appointed after that. That, he hoped, would be representative of all political forces. Now, there have been some opposition lawmakers who have been calling for the president to resign, saying that that would be the only way to unblock the political chaos in the country. The French president was combative in his message, and he ended by saying that clear, decisive action is needed.
Syrian rebel forces say they've taken control of Hama, the second major city they've captured. The militant group HTS declared victory there a week after taking Aleppo after a surprise offensive against President Bashar al-Assad. There are weather warnings in place for much of the UK as Storm Dara approaches. It's expected to bring strong winds and rain with the threat of large waves, power cuts and flying debris. Heavy rain and possible floodings possible in parts of the UK that were badly affected by Storm Bert less than a fortnight ago. Alex Deakin from the Met Office says it could cause disruption.
Storm Dara is brewing out in the Atlantic. It's going to intensify as it approaches the UK. Although there will be some heavy rain that could cause some problems, the really big issue with this storm is going to be the winds, really picking up during Friday night and into Saturday. Very blustery conditions.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Jumping over to some other news as we've cleared out the phones at 844-844-3388. Were you one of those? I think we were all in the same category, feeling like we kind of got duped by the Mike Tyson, Jake Paul fight. After the fact, finding out some of the stipulations in the contract. I guess Tyson signing off on a deal where he was not allowed to use his patented uppercut, where During his career, that's where most of his TKOs came from. There's rumors that a Saudi Arabian executive has offered the sum of $700 million to Tyson for a rematch if he's able to win within a certain time frame. After Tyson lost to Jake Paul by decision. This supposedly is a government executive from Saudi Arabia offering the $700 million for a rematch. As reported by several outlets, including MMA Weekly, Saudi Arabian advisor and minister, I'm not going to pronounce his name, offered Tyson the money if he's willing to participate in a real fight. Now, this guy's the current chairman of the board of directors of the General Entertainment Authority in Saudi Arabia, widely considered to have transformed the boxing landscape, typically with large injections of cash. Jake Paul is a joke. Now, the $700 million offer seemingly first reported by an Instagram page which cited this minister as saying Jake Paul's a joke. He then offered the caveat to Tyson. Tyson would have to knock Paul out within the first 3 minutes of the fight to earn the money. I'm giving Mike Tyson $700 million if he agrees to fight Jake Paul, this time in a real fight, and wins by knockout in a maximum of 3 minutes. It's difficult to know whether it's a real offer, given they say that he hasn't made any other public comments about Tyson since he was promoting the fight online back in November. But the Saudi was not the only person unhappy with the outcome of the Netflix bout, with many notable celebrities saying they felt duped by the whole thing. NFL Hall of Famer Michael Irvin, who sat on the second row, called the entire event a lie, even theorized that there were contract stipulations preventing Tyson from throwing his preferred punches. Irving claims that fight was a lie. Everybody's lying. They had no intentions to really strap it on. If you look through it, I didn't see one patented uppercut by Tyson. What did Mike Tyson win? He always won on the uppercut. He couldn't body, then uppercut. Like, how can you put that in a fight contract? At the same time, the enormous offer to Tyson showcases exactly what UFC President Dana White said is wrong with the current state of boxing. Despite the Saudi Arabian's previous claim that he was going to fix a broken sport, Dana said back in October that the current boxing model does not blank and work. It takes a Saudi trillionaire to make boxing work. That was in response to claims that he doesn't pay fighters enough and that there's more money for athletes, particularly UFC fighters, when they transition to boxing. Even Saudi trillionaires get tired of blanking BS fights. It's all a myth, White said. All right. All the people that are trying the boxing thing, they all end up losing boatloads of money. Of course, Dana speaks with a bit more colorful language than that, if you know what I mean. Update on the drones for more than 2 weeks. In New Jersey, residents reporting mysterious drones hovering over their homes and neighborhoods in the overnight hours in the northern part of the state, sometimes traveling in groups, being spotted almost on a nightly basis in some areas. Law enforcement officials unable to provide an explanation for the large number of sightings. As we shared last evening, the FBI is taking the lead and has asked for the public tips to determine if these are a threat to residents. Unfortunately, we don't have many answers. We do not want to guess or hypothesize about what's going on, according to the FBI spokeswoman, Amy Torrenson, speaking this past day. But we're doing all we can to figure it out. Yeah, the drones have actually disrupted a medevac helicopter picking up a patient and led the FAA drone flight restrictions over the Trump National Golf Club in Somerset County, as well as the Picatinny Arsenal in Morris County. But here's what we know so far. It started November 18. Police began investigating reports of large numbers of drones hovering at night in Morris County. Reports have been filed with police in Mendham Borough, Mendham Township, Morristown, Chester, Randolph, Rockaway, Morris Plains, Dover, and other counties. Authorities in Hillsborough and Branchburg in Somerset County, as well as communities in Warren County. Social media reports about sightings in other towns, plentiful. Numerous reports in Hunterdon, Monmouth, and Sussex counties. The Warren County Prosecutor's Office issued a statement Wednesday acknowledging recent drone activity observed in Warren County. Prosecutors asked for residents' assistance to document these sightings, especially those that involve critical infrastructures. There have been sightings near Merrill Creek Reservoir in Harmony. That's Warren County. The FBI also said sightings in several areas along the Raritan River. What is unusual, though, about these sightings? Residents said the drones appear in large numbers, seem to hover in the same area night after night. Some of the drones also being unusually large, according to reports. One Morris County resident reported seeing 8 drones at once near Black River Middle School in Chester. Another reported seeing 15 over a 3-hour period in Morris County. You know, the saga that seems to go on night after night, and some of these people are saying some of these drones being described as large as an automobile or a small plane. So I don't know. 844-844-3388. Coming up, we'll get an NTPA update on the trucking sector. Less than truckload carriers still seeing negative tonnage results at what is likely, they tell us, the bottom of the cycle. XPO and Old Dominion Freight Lines are the latest to provide their November numbers after updates from a pair of carriers sent shares for the group lower on Tuesday. XPO reported a 4% year-over-year decline in tonnage per day in November. That followed an 8% decline in October. October was up against a tough comp due to the cyber attack at Estes last year that briefly pushed their volumes and rate higher throughout the industry. So that's maybe an anomaly. On its third quarter call, October 30, XPO said the Estes impact resulted in 1,000 additional shipments per day last year. Yeah, that created a 2 percentage point headwind leading into October of this year. The implication is that tonnage was likely off maybe 6% year over year, excluding the impact. The November tonnage result was the combination of a 4.2% year over year decline in shipments, which was particularly offset by a 0.2% increase in weight per shipment. Moving over, Old Dominion Freight Lines reporting an 8.2% year-over-year decline in revenue per day for the month of November. That was a modest improvement from a 10.9% decline in October. Again, October had a tougher comp given the outages at Estes last year and the hurricanes this year. The November revenue decline was the result of an 8% year-over-year decline in tonnage per day, along with a slight dip in revenue per hundredweight or yield. Yields off 1.2% year over year through the first 2 months of the fourth quarter. All right, shipments, weights were off modestly, but not overly impactful to yields. Our revenue results for November reflect the continued softness in the domestic economy, as well as the impact of lower fuel surcharge revenue on our yields. XPO, Old Dominion, latest reports. Yes, hoping that we've hit the bottom of the cycle, as they say. It is 844-844-3388.
A four-wheel drive grain hauler echoes his 23 title in Region 2. So do the Region 3 Nasty Boys. But in Superstock, Simeon Chevy and Tumas Ford have joined the ranks of national champions. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The NTPA Championship Pulling Seminar is a workshop that brings together and informs interested stakeholders in truck and tractor pulling. It's part of the NTPA National Convention and held the morning of Saturday, December 7th at the Columbus Marriott Northwest in Dublin, Ohio. The Championship Pulling Seminar is open to all interested attendees and does not require a ticket. We look forward to gathering with the people that make pulling happen. Now let's congratulate 4 more of our regional national champions. Christopher Taylor, Eaton, Indiana, Grain Haulers Mafia, 2024 NTPA Region 2 4-wheel drive champion. The neon green bow tie led since its Friday night second in Arcola amid a run of 7 top 5s and 4 30-point scores in its first 8 showings. Another second in Marshall was augmented by thirds in Wauseon in June, Greenfield, Hicksville, and Findlay to keep at bay both Patrick McCarthy's Mad As Sin and Robin Coy's Pepper Shaker, the latter of which ended up as the runner-up. A brief swoon to 7th in Lynn was followed by a victory in Allegan. For the Taylor Mafiosi, it's their second title in as many seasons and their 4th since 2014. Luke Simeon, Brookfield, Ohio, Out of the Blue, 2024 NTPA Region 2 Superstock 4-wheel drive champion. This 5-year-old Region 2 division now has a second champion, as Simeon's 33 Chevy was the first to snap Livewire's title string in one of 2024's most entertaining races. Simeon had 4 wins, Mechanicstown, Springfield, Lisbon Saturday, and Zanesville, and Darren Young had 4 wins. And every time either Blue or Wire was first, the other one was second, except for once in Clark County, where Young finished third, and that accounts for the 1-point difference in the final standings. Both punched tickets to the Enderley, and Out of the Blue got the win. Michael and David O'Connor, Blooming Prairie, Minnesota, Nasty Boys, 2024 NTPA Terramax Region 3 4-wheel drive champions. Who dat driving that Nasty Boys? You had to check the lineup to know, as David won with his own nasty habit at Ellsworth and then parked it to share a ride with Dad. The strategy ultimately worked, but not until the boys dug a 5-point third-place hole by River Falls, even with Michael's win in Watford City. Running ahead were the Sukis Totally Geared and Travis Ames True Blue. With Michael second in Anoka, Nasty climbed to second. With his first, the team rose to first, and then, incredibly, clinched with a 13th place in Sandwich that slimmed the final margin over Geared to 1. Ron and Corey Tuma, New Prague, Minnesota, Goliath, 2024 NTPA Terramax Region 3 Superstock 4-wheel drive champions. The Superstock's schedule expanded in numbers of both stops and states in 2024 and attracted 17 points trucks. Among 14 at Lid Lifting Ellsworth, Goliath placed 5th to open the season there. But after father and son each posted seconds in Watford City, the Giants stood head and shoulders above the rest of the class the rest of the way. The lead persisted after a season-low 11th in River Falls, before Ron rebounded in Jordan with a 5th, and Corey posted the team's lone win a stone's throw away in Anoka. A Houston 4th cut to 16 points, the gap over the man's second-place High Voltage. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I am John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4-TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a
All right, back on a Friday. Still dealing with some lake effect snow issues in the Great Lakes region. You see the update from the past day that those whiteout conditions we were seeing on Thursday, 2 have died from heart attacks shoveling snow in upstate New York. Those deaths recorded Wednesday in New York's Erie County, where they've seen steady snow since the end of the Thanksgiving weekend, well ahead of when winter officially starts. Numerous schools in Buffalo and surrounding towns closed this past day. Numerous accidents backing up traffic on highways after they got several inches of fresh snow overnight into the morning. In the state of Ohio, there were travel bans in place this past day in the northeast corner along Lake Erie, where up to 5 feet of snow is on the ground from the storms earlier this week, and still more in the forecast. Part of Pennsylvania there, including the likes of Erie, were under a blizzard warning, which that's been canceled, but they still have a lake effect snow warning in effect till early Saturday, coupled with speed reductions on the interstates. Ohio Governor DeWine declaring a state of emergency in 4 counties ahead of this next round of lake effect snow that could bring another foot of snow through Friday, today. Crews in Ashtabula, Ohio, along Lake Erie, busy brushing snow off roofs before this next round piles on top. The city's fire chief said the department has responded to more than 100 snow emergencies, including collapsed roofs, downed power lines and trees, and people needing medical care. Power outages were starting to rise on Thursday. Pennsylvania recorded more than 14,000 Thursday morning. Of course, that was the winds. A storm made its way through New England. Connecticut saw nearly 11,000 without power. Further south, those winds knocked out power to more than 12,000 in Virginia. All these outages are storm-related, mostly trees down on line, as our crews are working to make repairs and restore power. Storm dumped up to 8 inches of snow in parts of northern Connecticut, parts of northwestern Massachusetts, all about 9 inches. Of course, we had the slick roads overnight, Wednesday night into Thursday morning. Dozens of crashes along roads in Massachusetts and New Hampshire. Slow down, drive safely, always give plenty of room for the road crews and the emergency responders was the official word there this past day. So, yeah, more lake effect snows in the mix. Here over the Friday into Saturday, the lake effect warnings continue in northeast Ohio, northwest Pennsylvania, and western New York. Ever heard of a guy by the name of Professor Popsicle? Not me either. But I have heard the old adage of, don't go out in the cold weather with your hair wet, you'll catch the death of a cold. How many times did Mom or Grandma tell you that? Many people have heard that throughout their lifetimes from well-meaning parents or grandparents, passing that advice along to their own children. Just how true are these cold weather warnings? Well, we call on none other than Professor Popsicle, who is very familiar with a handful of weather myths. How many of us have heard we lose most of our body heat through our head? I've heard that many a times in my life. According to The Guardian, scientists have traced this top cold weather myth to a U.S. Army manual from the 1970s recommending a hat in the cold because they said 40 to 45% of your body heat is lost from the head. They note the myth became popular as a result of a vaguely scientific experiment by the military in the 1950s. In those studies, volunteers were dressed in Arctic survival suits and exposed to bitterly cold conditions. Because it was the only part of the bodies left uncovered, most of their heat was lost through their heads. While the head and chest are more sensitive to temperature changes than the rest of the body, it can feel like covering them up does more to prevent heat loss. However, Professor Popsicle says covering one part of the body has as much effect as covering any other. It's all about the amount of surface area that's actually exposed to the cold. Now, again, we've got several other old wise tales, cold weather myths we'll delve into in our final hour.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands-off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. South Korea's ruling party chief says President Yoon Suk Yeol should be removed from office. It comes with a warning there's a significant risk he could try to subvert civilian rule again. Yoon imposed martial law on Tuesday, citing threats from anti-state forces, before reversing it 6 hours later when Parliament, including some members of his party, voted to oppose the decree. Laura Westbrook reports.
Speaking after an emergency party meeting, leader of the People Power Party, Han Dong-hoon, said his party had received credible evidence that Yoon Suk Yeol had ordered the arrest of key politicians on the grounds they were among those anti-state forces during the martial law. He warned that Yoon posed a great danger to the country. His comments are a departure from his earlier stand that his party would block the opposition's impeachment motion, which is set to be voted on Saturday.
French President Emmanuel Macron has called for a spirit of hope as the nation wrestles with a constitutional crisis after its prime minister was kicked out of office. From Paris, Ross Cullen.
Well, after days of drama here in France, another dramatic moment, the French president making a primetime address to the nation. He began by thanking the outgoing Prime Minister Michel Barnier for his work, saying that he was ousted in a no-confidence vote that was driven by the extreme left and the extreme right, who, he said, was seeking to create disorder, not order. Emmanuel Macron called for a new form of political compromise and did say that he would be naming a new prime minister in the coming days, and then a new government would be appointed after that. That, he hoped, would be representative of all political forces. Now, there have been some opposition lawmakers who have been calling for the president to resign, saying that would be the only way to unblock the political chaos in the country. The French president was combative in his message, and he ended by saying that clear, decisive action is needed.
Syrian rebel forces say they've taken control of Hama, the second major city they've captured. The militant group HTS declared victory there a week after taking Aleppo after a surprise offensive against President Bashar al-Assad. There are weather warnings in place for much of the UK as Storm Dara approaches. It's expected to bring strong winds and rain with the threat of large waves, power cuts and flying debris. Heavy rain and possible floodings possible in parts of the UK that were badly affected by Storm Bert less than a fortnight ago. Alex Deakin from the Met Office says it could cause disruption.
Storm Dara is brewing out in the Atlantic. It's going to intensify as it approaches the UK. Although there will be some heavy rain that could cause some problems, the really big issue with this storm is going to be the winds, really picking up during Friday night and into Saturday. Very blustery conditions.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, a new initiative by the British government to try and do something about spiralling energy bills. They're proposing to allow people who live near electricity pylons either to pay nothing at all for their energy or substantially discounted rates. It's all part of an effort to encourage people to stop causing delays to the construction of new pylons that are needed to expand the country's grid. The UK is poised to offer what the government calls community benefits to households in the path of electricity pylons, wind farms and solar arrays. Sam Richards is the chief executive of Britain Remade, a campaign promoting economic growth.
The reason why all of our bills went up by so much over the last few years after Putin's invasion of Ukraine is because we haven't built enough energy in this country. We're still reliant on gas for about half of our power, and about half of that is imported. So we're going to have to build a lot more infrastructure over the next 5 years. And I think it is reasonable that the communities that host this infrastructure should benefit from it. So I think the government's proposition, or what they're looking at now, is to be welcomed.
Not everyone agrees, and the governing Labour Party could face opposition to the idea from within its own ranks. The government is planning to build 620 miles of new electricity transmission lines by the end of the decade, a goal only achievable if planning delays can be steamrolled. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, South Korea's ruling party chief says President Yoon Suk-yeol should be removed from office. French President Emmanuel Macron's promised to remain in office until 2027 despite a deepening political crisis. Syrian rebels say they've taken control of Hama, the second major city they've captured, and there are weather warnings in place for much of the UK as Storm Dara approaches. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Alrighty, we kick off our final hour on a Friday. Yes, Rick in Columbus mentioned, Sunday evening. All right, the college football, the playoff committee, they'll be following the championship weekend. They'll be announcing who's in, who's out. Yeah, that's a big deal. All the college teams will be tuned in. Many anxiously anticipating. Big Ed, the prognosticator of prognosticator, made his picks in hour number 1. Heading into championship weekend. He's picking Boise State over UNLV. Arizona State over Iowa State. That's 13 versus 15. Yeah, to win, you may be in. To lose, you're done. Georgia versus Texas. That's a big one. I had kind of questioned what are the implications of whomever loses that game. Would they be at risk of not being in the playoffs? That'll be one to watch. He picked Texas, by the way, over Georgia. Oregon versus Penn State, another big one, number 1 versus number 3. I'm thinking regardless of who loses that one, they'll still be in the playoff picture. But Oregon's still the undefeated team out there. He's picked Oregon over Penn State. Then you got Clemson versus SMU. I'm sure the Carolina Monkey Gouger will be giving Big Ed some crap for picking SMU over Clemson, but that's his pick. And you got Tulane versus Army. Tulane was Big Ed's pick there. I think Army's only had that one loss on the season, right? And the following week is the big annual Army versus Navy game. That should be big. And we did have one bonus pick. Yeah, thanks to our friend Chad, a.k.a. South Dakota. You've got South Dakota taking on the Montana Grizzlies. Big Ed picking South Dakota to pull off the win there. All right, clear lines as we get this final hour underway. Cold weather myths. Here's another we've all heard a million times. If you go out in the cold weather and you're not bundled up, you'll catch the death of a cold. Cold weather causes the common cold. It is bacteria and viruses, not the weather, that cause infections like the common cold, the flu, or pneumonia. Why does it seem like so many of us get sick in the winter, though? It is not the temperature itself. The cold causes more people to stay inside, which is associated with an increased risk of catching a virus. Plus, schools in session, the cold season, increased bacteria spread amongst people. Lower humidity in the colder months increases the risk of getting certain infections because many common cold-causing viruses survive better in low humidity environments. There's also evidence, according to research from Harvard University Medical School, that exposure to low temperatures suppresses the immune system. So, opportunities for infection increase. How about a hot drink? Is a great way to warm up. Well, it may help you psychologically beat the cold, but a hot drink can actually physically cause your body to cool down faster than a cold drink. Who would have ever guessed? There are nerve receptors on your tongue and thermoreceptors in your throat that cause your body to increase sweating. The amount of sweat when you drink a hot beverage is greater than the internal heat gain. When that sweat evaporates, your body cools down. Consuming beverages that are too hot, above 140 degrees, may pose its own set of risks. Another myth, shivering is a sign your body's getting colder. Not exactly, according to Professor Popsicle. Shivering is a defense mechanism against falling body temperatures. When your body does become cold, too cold, its automatic response is to tighten and relax the muscles in rapid succession in order to warm up. Shivering is perfectly natural up to a point. Now, if you have ongoing shivering for 10 or 15 minutes, that's a sign that you're not turning it around. You're continually cold stressed enough that you're still shivering. That's a sign you need to do something. Put on more insulation, do more activity to produce more heat, or change your environment. Get out of the cold, right? The final, I guess, is it a myth? If you fall into freezing water, you will quickly die from hypothermia. This belief has caused a lot of people to lose their lives because they panic. People think they're going to get much colder faster than they actually will. An adult human is a big chunk of meat. It takes a lot of energy and a lot of time to actually cool it off. In cold water, far more people die in a short period of time, not because of hypothermia. They die because they drown. Because the first thing that happens in cold water, especially if you're submerged quickly, is gasping and hyperventilation. Now, Dr. Popsicle says if you believe you're going to become hypothermic and die within minutes, you're likely to panic, and it becomes a much more exaggerated situation. While your body can become incapacitated by the cold, say within 10 minutes, if you know you won't become hypothermic for a much longer time, you're more likely to stay calm initially and make better decisions, increasing your chance of survival. When you go into what they call cold water shock, gasping and hyperventilation can also be accompanied by an increased heart rate and blood pressure. Cold shock can last between 1 and 3 minutes, but you'll get over it. The main thing to focus on for the first minute in the water is getting your breathing under control. After catching your breath, you got to find the best escape route. He actually shares a video demonstrating exactly how to survive and escape falling into icy water. Remember that while cold weather myths can be harmless, they can also be deadly. Everybody knows some things that are wrong, and who cares? But everyone knows some things that are wrong that can actually kill you, he says. His number one tip for being outdoors, protecting yourself in the cold, is stay dry. If you're going to be exerting yourself outside, maybe take off a layer before you start so you don't sweat as much. Sweat's okay when you're producing heat. But when you stop, it gets cold. Cold weather myths. 844-844-3388 on a Friday morning. Let me see if Dan is on board. Morning, Dan.
Good morning, Steve. I thought I'd call in this hour because, listening about these health insurance and stuff like that, I really don't think that some people don't take responsibility for their health. And by that I mean if they engage in activities if they take lifestyle choices, either through eating or whatever else, tobacco or marijuana or something like that. I just, these are covered and do they pay I don't know if they pay the same insurance rates as I know for life insurance, a non-smoker versus a smoker, the non-smoker pays less for the policy. They don't rate the policy. But I don't know if they do that in health insurance or not. I know some places will require or ask their employees, if they're on a company health insurance, to participate in the smoking cessation program.
Yes.
And which to me makes sense. I mean, we're all, some reason we got to sugarcoat things in society. I'm not defending the insurance companies. I am in a sense, but you don't, buy an insurance policy for your car and then go and get, you start driving down the highway. That's why you can get these safety things where they monitor your driving and start driving drunk or 10 miles over 20 miles over the speed limit and have an accident and expect them to continue your coverage. Well, the same thing to me, and I blame the insurance company because they ought to have a preferred rate and then a non-preferred rate. Maybe they haven't. I have employer-furnished health insurance through the union, through the Teamsters. Very good, very comprehensive. And I understand everybody can't have that. But I just don't think that you should, Grump said, well, the insurance companies are for profit. Yeah, that's what they are. And that's why people got into it. You don't have to buy. I guess with the Affordable Care Act, you have to buy it. I guess you have to have insurance through the Affordable Care Act. Is that correct?
Well, if you don't have employer insurance, you're supposed to go through the employer, the Obamacare thing, but it's based on your income, what you're going to pay. But a lot of people still don't. He said, Grump made it sound like there's 20 million more without insurance now than there were before Obamacare.
Oh, I firmly believe that. Yeah, my wife retired from a nursing administrator over the outpatient stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And, people just present themselves, and there are laws, I think they're called EMTALA laws, where if somebody goes to the emergency room, they have to treat them.
Yep.
And these people know, and they have to admit them to the hospital. Now they can stabilize them, but if somebody is right, and these people don't care about. I'm not saying they don't care, but they don't have. And some of these insurance plans are ripoffs. Particularly the ones that come from some of these employer plans. I have, through a big home improvement company, you can guess which ones they are, but a niece, and her copay for 2 4-year-olds, she's got twin 4-year-olds.
Yeah.
And she pays $40 copay per child. Well, that's damn near close to the visit. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Or you have to meet a $5,000 out of pocket in order
Before
to
you
get
get
it.
coverage,
to me, those
yeah.
are rip-offs.
Yep.
Right, those are rip-offs. And this is a large publicly held corporation. And you're basically paying for your own health. You're paying them for a card that you can present to the health provider. But, you know, the other call you had concerned food stamps. Well, I know in the state of Missouri where I live, you can't have a lot of assets and get food stamps. I know that as a fact. I haven't tried to apply for that. But, I mean, but I wonder how people do it, because I've seen people ahead of me at Kroger, and that card with the flag, is that the food stamp card? I think it is. They don't use stamps per se.
Yeah, it's the EBT card now. Yeah, I'm not sure what they look like.
Yeah,
but yeah,
right.
The card. Yep.
I've seen people present that card, and then they leave, and I go out, and I know they had food stamps because they segregated the items that were not eligible for the food stamp.
Mm-hmm.
And I pay for my stuff, and I went out. This just happened a couple of weeks ago, not in Missouri, in another state. And the people were putting the groceries in a real nice Dodge pickup with the tonneau cover. Now, that could be a family member's truck. You don't understand what I'm saying?
Sure.
They could not be, it was a couple. They could not be married to one another. I don't know how it comes about, but I know one thing. If we don't get these expenditures under control in this country, we're going to have a big problem. And it's called middle class entitlement. And I don't know when it's going to stop. I mean, I don't get violent. I mean, don't get me wrong. If there's a family out there struggling, and you know they've got to go to a pantry or feed their children, I don't mind paying taxes for that. You know what I'm saying? To get them, or for children to get health care. But that's something now that the only one that I know of where the health care is all free for a child is St. Jude's. And it is all free. I volunteered there, and the parents told me that. I didn't ask them. They volunteered. They could. I said, well, that's, you know. I said, well, we don't pay nothing here, and I mean, I'm sure there are other facilities for children, you know, that do that. Shriners is another one. I don't know if you have any of those over your area, but
yeah.
Shriners Hospital, they don't pay anything, and that's the way it should be. And our government should help out in those cases, and maybe they do. I don't know, but I mean, I didn't think somebody could have assets or cash held back. You know what I mean? I know that because I know somebody in Missouri that works for the state with that food stamp program, and he's told me, he's been there 25 years, that the requirements are very strict in terms of assets. Do you own your own home? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And things of that nature. I think you can get it. I don't know, but it is strict. Now maybe it goes from state to state, but I do think, and that's one thing with this RFK. If I know one thing, if I ever got on a school board, I'd want physical education every day. When I went to high school, we had it every day, and the first thing in the morning. And I think that stuff like that in nutrition training, it's a slow. You know what I'm saying? It's a slow. I had to become a vegetarian 8 years ago because of a heart condition, and it's not been easy. It's been very difficult. But what else am I going to do? Sit there and say you don't know what you're talking about? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, it's not been. It's been very difficult. Not whatever. I'm over it now, but every now and then I'll think about a Big Mac or something like that, and it's like people who quit smoking. They say the desire never leaves you, and I firmly believe it. So, but anyway, I just thought I'd call in and offer maybe an alternate thing. I don't know about these insurance companies and denying coverage and stuff like that. I'm blessed that I've never had to deal with that. And we have very good insurance. But in relationship to that shooting in New York, something's just not adding up on that. Even if that guy's family was denied coverage, I don't, you know what I'm saying? How would he know this is a guy that takes a Greyhound bus. How would he know who the president of United Healthcare is? There has to be an inside connection, more so than a disgruntled policy.
Right. Yeah, I'm seeing the headlines where, authorities are saying he arrived via bus like 10 days before the shooting. If you know he arrived by bus, how do you not know who he is?
Well, that's the thing. I asked my brother, who's a retired 35-year St. Louis City cop. I asked him about that because sometimes they don't release the name.
Right.
Well, your son will tell you that, and Pappy will tell you that. I guess I never heard of that, but so if there's no name release, how do they have an all points bulletin for him? Obviously, he's going to have to go on the most wanted list here pretty damn shortly. Why haven't they been able to determine who he is through facial recognition? Don't they have some fingerprints? I believe the coffee cup he threw away at Starbucks. The water bottle, rather.
Okay.
The water bottle. He threw a water bottle away. But a guy like that doesn't sound like he'd have enough money to be a policy holder. You understand what I'm saying? There has to be something else. Both that individual that lost his life, that was murdered, he was under investigation with others at United Healthcare by the Department of Justice.
Insider trading, right? Millions of dollars.
Yeah, that's right. He sold stock, and right before the stock tanked. Correct? Is that
correct?
Right?
Correct. And so,
yeah.
some are leaning towards maybe some of the other stockholders that maybe lost a boatload of money due to his insider trading might have had it out for him, kind of thing.
Well, yeah, but this guy wasn't a stockholder. This guy sounds like
looks way too young to be like a big business guy.
Well, and not only that. Again, I don't mean to put down people that ride Greyhound buses, but if he was going to be the hit man, don't you think they would have got him there another way? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And besides that, what is it? Why would, by him being murdered, what's that going to do for other shareholders?
Nothing.
The only thing I can think of is he might be able to testify against somebody else there who's looking at prison time.
Very interesting. Hey, I got to pause for the news break there.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. South Korea's ruling party chief says President Yoon Suk Yeol should be removed from office. It comes with a warning there's a significant risk he could try to subvert civilian rule again. Yoon imposed martial law on Tuesday, citing threats from anti-state forces, before reversing it 6 hours later when Parliament, including some members of his party, voted to oppose the decree. Laura Westbrook reports.
Speaking after an emergency party meeting, leader of the People Power Party, Han Dong-hoon, said his party had received credible evidence that Yoon Suk-yeol had ordered the arrest of key politicians on the grounds they were among those anti-state forces during the martial law. He warned that Yoon posed a great danger to the country. His comments are a departure from his earlier stand that his party would block the opposition's impeachment motion, which is set to be voted on Saturday.
French President Emmanuel Macron has called for a spirit of hope as the nation wrestles with a constitutional crisis after its prime minister was kicked out of office. From Paris, Ross Cullen.
Well, after days of drama here in France, another dramatic moment, the French president making a primetime address to the nation. He began by thanking the outgoing Prime Minister Michel Barnier for his work, saying that he was ousted in a no-confidence vote that was driven by the extreme left and the extreme right, who, he said, was seeking to create disorder, not order. Emmanuel Macron called for a new form of political compromise and did say that he would be naming a new Prime Minister in the coming days, and then a new government would be appointed after that. That, he hoped, would be representative of all political forces. Now, there have been some opposition lawmakers who have been calling for the president to resign, saying that that would be the only way to unblock the political chaos in the country. The French president was combative in his message, and he ended by saying that clear, decisive action is needed.
Syrian rebel forces say they've taken control of Hama, the second major city they've captured. The militant group HTS declared victory there a week after taking Aleppo after a surprise offensive against President Bashar al-Assad. There are weather warnings in place for much of the UK as Storm Dara approaches. It's expected to bring strong winds and rain with the threat of large waves, power cuts and flying debris. Heavy rain and possible floodings possible in parts of the UK that were badly affected by Storm Bert less than a fortnight ago. Alex Deakin from the Met Office says it could cause disruption.
Storm Dara is brewing out in the Atlantic. It's going to intensify as it approaches the UK. Although there will be some heavy rain that could cause some problems, the really big issue with this storm is going to be the winds, really picking up during Friday night and into Saturday. Very blustery conditions.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shots Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
back at it here on a Friday. It's 844-844-3388. Well, good morning, Knuckle Buster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Sympathize to you, brother. This is the greatest day of the week here, because I just pulled in the yard and parked this thing, and I'm going to get out of this truck, get in my pickup, and go to the house there. So, well, I better not get too noisy when I get there. Since they get mad at me if I wake her up. So, how many of them Texas fans do you think got caught and punished for throwing them beer bottles at that Texas-Georgia game, see?
I have no clue. Any? I don't know.
Zip.
None.
They
Zero.
said they couldn't recognize any of the fans.
I'll be darned.
How many of them players up there at Michigan and Ohio State gonna get punished for trying to plant that flag and then trying to not plant the flag there in the middle of y'all's field up there? They gonna get punished? I doubt it.
All I heard was both teams were fined like $100,000, which in college football that ain't nothing. So I guess so the team
ought to be about $1 million if you try to plant a flag in an opposing opponent's field. Your flag there, you ought to be fined $1 million, and that'll cut that out. That Texas coach, he got his players off of the Texas A&M logo there after the game. Told them there's a cool way to win and there's a bad way to win. So he made them get off of their logo there at Texas A&M there. So I thought that was a pretty good deal. So I'm definitely a hook 'em horn when it comes to Texas and Georgia. So, but that ought to be a real interesting ball game come Saturday night there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if Hot Shot Secret and Stabile didn't make a profit with you advertising on your show, they wouldn't be able to afford to keep you on very long, would they?
Likely not.
Likely not. That's right. Well, my wife's an insurance agent, and I like it when her boss tells them customers that come in there fussing about the price of that insurance, hey, we're not in the business to just provide you with insurance. That's the means by which we make a profit. So therefore, if we can't make a profit with you, we're not going to cover you there. And that's why they're leaving Florida down there. You've read that throughout the year. That
absolutely.
They've had so much devastation. They're leaving down there. They won't put on new policies down there. So, does he live in Texas or does he live in Florida, Steve? I mean, he said people were talking about him, but he wasn't going to call no name. I hope he wasn't talking about me, so. But I talk about him every now and then.
He wasn't talking about you, no.
Well, if you put something out on the air, that gives somebody else the right to say something about it. Doesn't say they know what freedom of speech is all about.
Yeah, normally, yes, it is.
Yeah, but you gotta keep it within a respectable to each other anyway. So I mean, we could all learn that lesson. I keep my mouth off every now and then. Well, my daddy said I was gonna keep my mouth, but it's gonna keep me in trouble forever, and he was right on that part. So I have a tendency to just put it out there like a shotgun, and wherever it hits, let it stick. Right?
There you go.
You've had a great show. You've had a great show. Enjoyed it. I've already made my delivery for today, and I'm going to park this truck and go home and ferry to you, Mr. Steve Summers. Have a great weekend. Enjoy the football and drink you a cold skull buster or two, and we'll talk to you Monday morning.
Looking forward to it. All right, enjoy your time with Tennessee. In the hills of Tennessee. All right, Pappy, yes. Here's a couple of questions. If this suspect in New York has no criminal history and was never in the military, there's going to be no fingerprints or DNA on file. If he does have history, they know who he is. My Monday morning quarterbacking says as a family member of a patient or maybe disgruntled employee. If hired, it's a rookie hire. All that information on the CEO is public record, he says. The amount of information you can get on somebody online, and county public records, to plot plans, etc. It's easy. Once you know where the target lives, you just follow them a few days. It's not all that complicated. Now, here's the updates here in just the last few hours, if we've been on this morning. Statements that the United Healthcare CEO was well planned, but the suspect gunman's movements were sloppy. According to a retired FBI supervisory special agent and law enforcement contributor, what surprises me is how well planned the actual attack was, and at the same time, how sloppy the killer was in his movements, in his showing his face, leaving behind items. There's kind of a dichotomy. It's almost as if he read a book on how to do one of these attacks and didn't really read it carefully. He just made some serious mistakes as he went along. Now, he says he's expecting a break in the case soon because there are now photos of the suspect's face. Somebody's probably recognized him. The water bottle believed to have been dropped when he fled the shooting scene could be another clue. If the man drank out of that, authorities could collect DNA from the bottle. The words found on the live round and the shell casings, along with the way the suspect has carried themselves and prepared for the shooting, that's a gold mine for profilers to narrow down their search, he says. It could help them find out what kind of person they're dealing with, what he's likely to do, and how he thinks, informing how they might find him. All right, the suspect tried to become a ghost and may have fled to Central Park to quickly change his clothing, according to a retired NYPD sergeant. He says he tried to become a ghost. Basically, the ruse that he used was, let me hide in plain sight. Laura Coates, he was speaking to this past evening. The suspect used a fake New Jersey driver's license to check into an Upper West Side hostel, and every attempt that he made was to make sure that we were not able to pick him up on camera. Video shows the suspect fleeing the scene on an e-bike into Central Park, which he says that's a beautiful place to change clothing, to evade law enforcement. He already knows that we've picked up at least his clothing to be able to broadcast over police radio. So what you want to do is quickly change out of that. Now, photos of the suspect smiling while his mask was lowered in a flirtatious moment with a hostile clerk may not help authorities identify him if he's never been arrested before. We may not have the right angle for biometrics or facial recognition, and the more you pixelate a shot, the more you actually lose the identity. As the search extends into a third day, yes, more clues, more details emerging as they release the photos of the surveillance footing that flirtatious, smiling moment with the female employee. That could be a significant clue for investigators. But, again, they're saying traveled by bus. The suspect traveled via Greyhound bus to New York before the shooting. The bus route started in Atlanta, and authorities do not know whether the suspect boarded it in that city or elsewhere. But, okay, so this is how they know. I was wondering, how do you know that? The suspect was seen on surveillance camera getting off the bus at about 9 p.m. November 24th and walking through the Port Authority bus terminal there in Manhattan. Arrived in New York, so that's 10 days before the shooting. Checked into the Upper West Side hostel. Left the hostel on the 29th, used the fake New Jersey driver's license when checking back in on November the 30th. Suspect is believed to have stayed in a multi-person room with 2 other males and wore a mask for most of his stay. The photograph they got, the woman working at the hostel told authorities at one point she asked him to lower his mask while flirting with him. That's when the photo of him smiling was captured, which were released by police this past day. They're now saying police have been able to get one fingerprint from the water bottle that the suspected gunman left behind, but it's smudged, making it less conclusive. Authorities found the bottle and a phone near the scene of the shooting that could have belonged to the gunman that may have been dropped as he fled the scene. And then, of course, the words delay and depose being found on the live round and the shell casing. Police exploring whether the words indicate a motive, pointing to that popular phrase in the insurance industry: delay, deny, defend. And lastly, let's see, investigators are using footage to help them track the suspect's movements. One surveillance video shows what appears to be the suspect on West 55th Street before the fatal shooting. Another appears to show the suspect on New York's West 85th Street at about 7 a.m. Eastern Time on Wednesday. I'd just likely say they're going to be closing in on this guy pretty quickly. All right, there is Truck and Phil Semper Fi. All right, there you go. Happy Friday, coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. High of 31 today, Fort Wayne, 31 at Sterling Heights. So what an icy mess yesterday. They rerouted us off US 24 through Ohio and up 69 and 94 into the Detroit suburbs. Was not a pretty sight. All the four-wheelers and semis slid off the road, not to mention we crawled from the Indiana state line at Fremont North to Marshall and crawled back over to Jackson. I only started clearing up on the roads east of Jackson, all in a day's work, though, I suppose. So here we go once again, ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan, and back once again. Go Hoosiers! Take out the Buckeyes. Have a great weekend. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Yeah, many, many times. We've heard the old scenario, elections have consequences. That is a fact. In every election. With this November's election, the consequences, I'm seeing so much more and more positive outlook, positive sentiment about future growth in the country. Whether the trucking sector, most of the experts say they're looking for things to be looking up. Word this past day from the agricultural sector. According to the latest Purdue University Ag Economy Barometer, how do you say that? There is a wave of optimism across America's agricultural heartland. Farmer sentiment reaching its highest level in more than 3 years. According to the Purdue University CME Group Ag Economy Barometer, the overall index surged 30 points to 145 in November, driven by significant improvements in expectations for both current conditions and the long-term outlook, they say. The Future Expectations Index jumped 37 points to 161. Current Conditions Index rose 18 points to 113. The combined effect propelled the barometer to its strongest level since May of 2021. Survey highlighted a sharp shift in sentiment as farmers anticipate a more favorable regulatory and tax environment under the new administration. According to the director of Purdue's Center of Commercial Agriculture, he noted the election's impact on optimism. The post-election survey reflects a substantial change in expectations for the future. Survey revealed a striking reversal in farmers' outlook on environmental regulations. In October, 41% of respondents believed agricultural regulations would become more restrictive over the next 5 years. By November, that figure had dropped to 9%. A majority, 55%, expect regulations to become less restrictive. This marked a significant departure from the mood surrounding the 2020 election. Farmers also reported greater stability in their expectations for tax policy. More than half surveyed predict income and estate tax rates would remain unchanged. compared with significantly lower confidence levels in the wake of the 2020 election. A survey captured a growing willingness among farmers to make major investments in their operations. The Farm Capital Investment Index rose 13 points to 55, highest reading since May of 21. 22% of farmers said it is now a good time to make large investments, up from just 15% in October. The shift in sentiment aligns with improved expectations for farm financial performance in 2025. How about that? 1/3 of respondents said they expect their operations to be in better financial shape a year from now. It was just 19% in October. Optimism extended further into the future. 52% of farmers saying they expect widespread good times for U.S. agriculture over the next 5 years. It was just 34% the prior month. It's amazing the difference in leadership can have on sentiment out there. Now, farmers do have concerns about trade risks. 42% of respondents said they believe a trade war that significantly reduces agricultural exports is either likely or very likely to happen coming up here. International trade plays a critical role in the U.S. agricultural economy. Any disruptions could temper some gains from improved domestic policy conditions, but amazing turnaround. Obviously, in the month of October, many in the agriculture biz were watching the same headlines we were all hearing from the mainstream media. The MSNBC message that Kamala Harris, this is in the bag. Pay no attention to any polls showing that Trump's going to win. We got you covered. All right. And we see how that turned out. All right, with that, we got us a Friday. Here comes the weekend, and we'll close things out. Of course, regular old weekend here, right? Malls, shopping centers. Yeah, are there any malls even open anymore? Most of the malls are nothing anymore. The big box store is going to be busy. Christmas shoppers are going to be out and about. We're getting close to the big day. A couple of weekends left. In recent years, the biggest shopping day of the year, which for decades was the day after Thanksgiving, it more and more has become the final Saturday before Christmas, which, all right, we've got today, or coming up tomorrow, the 7th of December. You got the 14th and the 21st. Saturday the 21, probably the biggest shopping day of the year. Safe travels out there, and of course, for those in and around the Great Lakes region, yes, more lake effect snows on the horizon for you Friday into Saturday. And we'll be back at the midnight hour Eastern time come our Sunday night into Monday morning, at which point we should have the full breakdown. We'll know the outcome of our prognosticator of prognosticators college football picks and who will be in the playoffs. We'll see you then.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I